Okay. Guess it's time for a bit more exploration, if I'm lucky. Okay. Tezcatepetonco Range stuff, that's right, and right, we got new character's birthday. It's always interesting to see when it either comes out during the patch or is actually I think Xianyun's was basically right before her patch, so you had to wait almost a whole year, which was quite amusing to the Manju that are her specialty, and they gave her Waterflower Nectar, which is an interesting choice. Okay. So, to our dailies and then go around Tezcatepetonco. Do need to actually go and clear the rest of that out. Maybe get a bit into Quahacan. Already went around the water here, so I guess we'll be going around the middle. Tezcatepetonco is rather small when you disregard this portion, so it shouldn't be too bad, but we'll see what happens. What I do find amusing is that they kept this little watering hole that was used for the Citlali Oron event, and then added the arena past it. Which is interesting in this little intro areas. There isn't really any purpose to it now. A bit more of a lead up with that than there might be with other boss arenas, to be frank, but that's how it is, I suppose. Okay. I think I'll be doing the movie event next time. Oh goodness. Yeah, no particles from that then. I think we'll be... Yeah, that's right, we got 3 more Xianyun Anecdotes before all that happens. Don't want to do everything with the spin, but sometimes I gotta do some of it with it. Right, volcano's coming next patch, which means got to figure out a way to get the remaining bits of exploration in before. Quahacan's tiny, so is Tezcatepetonco, but there isn't all that much left in Ushkanalan, but it's all pretty spread out, so I don't want to try myself too crazy. I do want to check out briefly. There was some sort of, not petrified, but Abyss Warrior. Must be one of those exploration objectives, so let's see what's going on with that specifically. Relatively short amount of time, I'll be able to switch her out of the party, and I'm honestly a little excited for that, because she is not... whenever there's anything even close to a single target situation, she is just not suited for the situation. Okay. Wonder how long we'll keep Mavica in. It still does surprise me that there isn't a single daily commission that involves Tezcatepetonco Range, or Quahacan Cliff. They've all remained solidly in the 5.0 introduced Stalin areas. Some people have thought that maybe their release schedule might have been thrown off by something or other. Honestly, probably the fact that they're apparently working on at least 4 other games right now for God knows what reason. But essentially, that maybe, and this is, I don't necessarily agree. Though it would make the release schedule a bit more like Fontaine's. That it's over there. I agree that what? What you talking about? Oh. Some people think that... One thing that's interesting is that, unlike previous areas, none of Notland's daily commissions take place in the areas that were added in 5.2. There's nothing in here, or here, in terms of daily commissions. In previous patches, that was plainly not the case, to the point that there are even commissions on Surmi Island, which is really, really funny considering... And of course you have to beat the... Yeah, I'm pretty excited. The volcano looks really cool. This is gonna sound really silly, but have you seen the trailer and seen some of the new areas? The thing that's really cool is just the sort of underground sky area. Because, you know, you can take a look and you see big cracks in the sky because it's a big sort of draconic... Maybe not arcology. It's a big sort of artificial space underneath the volcano. Very, very exciting. Oh, wait, what's the 20th? Is that a patch for a different game? I didn't even think about that. But essentially, let's see the ingredients to the Tepetonco sword. Part with these Shingzins. But it reminds me of all things of Splatoon 3's story mode, actually. There might be some kind of sports competition nearby. It's usually what happens when... It's usually the reason why people park outside my house. Okay. But as I was saying... In Splatoon 3's story mode, it starts out... There's a tiny portion in this big old crater, which eventually drops you into this massive, high-tech, artificial sky underground settlement that was, you know, originally inhabited by the humans who all died out. And eventually, they predated the humanoid squids in the setting. But essentially... Oh, goodness. Frightening. What kind of dog? But as I was saying... It's kind of like the whole... volcano with a draconic civilization, all these... Well, to be fair, the dragons haven't been exterminated, it's just... They evolved or devolved into saurian forms, but they're not the same as they used to be. Now, I don't know if anyone else was thinking of Splatoon 3 when they saw that trailer, but I was. Yeah, I avoided looking at leaks to see what the new map would look like, so I had no idea that it was going to be... Because I knew that the name was Ancient Sacred Mountain, but I didn't know it was going to be a... artificial sky. Which is interesting. Down there at the summit of Quahacan Cliff, a railing made of ashen article with two soft ropes attached found the flower feather clan. Contrary to common perception, the tribe intentionally used some slack in the wooden ropes and posts and ropes in installing these railings, rather than fixing them firmly in place. This design increases wind resistance, extending the railing's lifespan. Additionally, the ropes acts as a safety net for soaring riders during emergency landings, helping reduce injuries from direct impact. That reminds me of how, up on mountains, on mountain roads, oftentimes, stop signs will have holes cut into them, so that if there are high winds, the wind will go through the hole instead of just pressing flat on the sign and potentially boiling it over. Which is really, really cool to see. So she a big dog? Well, I mean, medium dog or a small dog? But as I was saying, what's interesting is how the trailer showed there was this big sort of floating robot snake dragon thing. But what was really cool is how apparently, according to the trailer, there was going to be some sort of story boss encounter where there was this robot dragon head with two big claws, but the claws, if you paid attention to it, were the claw form of the Secret Source Constructor boss, the one for Madoka, Lanyan, and Xianyun. So it's going to be interesting as how that fight plays out. Okay. Smart dog, okay. Clairvoyance model Spirit Loom. The intricately designed and beautiful crafted loom model is a scale replica of the Spirit Loom. Got this from the Citlali event, used by Granny Citlali. Gorasu Baba. Unfortunately, this model no longer possesses the functions the original loom, cannot produce fabrics or textiles, nor can it record clairvoyant shards like its prototypes. Said that these functions were removed because they were necessary to affect the model's longevity. Controlling the realm within, when it comes to the efficiency of fabric production, no one could possibly match Tubby's magical power. Points model projection sensor, the exquisitely crafted incense burner model, and this would be the spirit chasing minigame from that event. Replica of the projection sensor used by Gorasu Baba. Though the replica does not possess the ability of the original to allow people to share clairvoyant shards, it retains the structure of regular incense burner, enabling users to achieve a calming and sleep-inducing effect through the burning of incense. Instead, given its current functionality, the name calming sensor might be more fitting than projection sensor. Oh, interesting. Sounds like my sister. But In the dev stream, they showed the right half of a map that some people might have been to Marijavari. It doesn't match any map we've seen, including in the new coming patch. And there was a little island, part of the Marijavari, that was shown during this event in one of the cutscenes. So, and explicitly described as such. So it's, Marijavari presumably is going to be 5.7. Yeah, it's interesting, especially since most real leaks just come from things accidentally revealed during dev streams. That kind of gave people some hints towards Arlecchino previously, actually, last year when... Oh, they blurred out a character profile picture in the party GUI on the right side of the screen, but it was still very obviously Arle. Spirituality and sealing, a beautifully crafted and expensive sealed jar. It looks similar, but this is a chest reward, not a quest reward. Adorned with special graffiti. Hello, designs commonly found in the realms of the Masters of Nightwind. These graffiti founders are said to be a form of forgets engraving inscription. Believe with the power to extend the freshness of the jar's contents. Put your pickles in. As a result, such jars are often used to store precious medicines and pigments. From your job making chicken, famished thoughts, point and durable sensor equipped with a sturdy stand, convenient carrying rings commonly found in the domains of the Masters of Nightwind. Except these sensors are repurposed from old ovens, making them extremely cost-effective and long-lasting. However, due to their unique shape, they're not recommended for beginners in meditation, as their appearance may evoke distracting feelings of hunger. Didn't you tell us that your job... Oh. That your job was working fast food? It's a Sunday, right? Do you have school on Sunday? Wooden target training regimen? Oh, okay. So you're still doing odd jobs. Getting hired by individual rich people to take care of their kids for 30 bucks an hour. Simple and lightweight target used for archery or shooting track disc, frequently seen within the Flower Feather clan compared to conventional targets. Oh, congratulations. The ones used here are specifically designed for aerodynamic shooting, making them wider and with a larger surface area. Looks like an abyss mage. Oh, and this makes them more susceptible to damage, does not shorten their overall lifespan. After all, accurately hitting a bullseye while flying is no easy task. Interesting. Yeah. Aerodynamic shooting. There are a number of little mini-games in the encampment that I need to check out. And what's an aspiration? A wooden sign standing within the Flower Feather clan, painted with vibrant and dynamic graffiti, exuding a sense of life and movement. So there are 3 more character anecdotes I need to do, and they're all about Cloud Retainer. But they didn't show up yesterday. Yeah, same. Seems to tell of an unending yearning for the skies. Such graffiti full of symbolism seems quite fitting for promoting activities like floating target balloons, which help people experience the thrill of flight. I remember when I was in college, my breaks were always used for choir performance tours. So I didn't go home or go on vacation, but we'd get to go around the USA and got to stay in people's houses and eat food for free, which was the important thing. Tolacon's drawing, a towering graffiti mural within the Flower Feather clan. Its short blade-like form and intense energetic colors give off a powerful sense of vigor. It seems to pour forth a passion for self-discipline and improvement. Which is nice, because really, I wouldn't have been going on vacation anyway, for a number of reasons, so... Let me see places I otherwise wouldn't have. Solid roots. Yeah, well... you'd think, but... Potted plant with a spacious container, a hardy, vibrant green plant is its main feature, found within the Flower Feather clan. It's said that due to the society's location atop the towering Prince Quahacan Cliff, the area is frequently swept by strong mountain winds. Only plants with developed and stable root systems and thrive in such an environment. It's the reason the people of the Flower Feather clan select larger pots to allow for ample root growth. This practice is also used by flying instructors as a metaphor, letting students build a strong foundation of their training for only solid roots can soar through storms. And next patch, like I said, they introduce, I believe it was this patch, maybe last patch, they introduced the Not on Teapot. We still don't have the individual characters' furniture sets to use to get their, very minor, but their rewards. But next patch, they're finally putting them in. Maybe in part because they're finally getting all 6 tribes next patch. Ghistan street lamp, the road ahead. Equally shaped street lamp, a natural stone base, and block-shaped Ghistan is its light source, commonly seen between. Pretty cubical. Masters of Nightwind community. The tribe's architecture and facilities are known for exaggerated lines, which are said to be inspired by the distinctive crest of the Ectomosaurs. Many of the Ectomosaurs are not only a family member and companion, but also guiding signposts along their spiritual journey. As artisans crafted these lamps, the light source position, the most eye-catching part of this Orient's crest. String lamp serves not only as illumination, but also speaking, guiding people on the path they seek. Doesn't really look like a Saurian, but whatever. So let's go and do the 3 remaining anecdotes, which are our focused heroine is waiting for something outside the gates of Mondstadt. They should not be promoting drug use like that. But essentially, She is going on a tour of Mondstadt, self-directed, because the previous anecdotes depends on what you mean and which one. There's a big difference between life-saving medication and getting addicted to heroin. But agree or disagree. But essentially, yeah, exactly. Essentially, Shenhe bought her a ticket to an old folks tour. Oh, she sees Timmie. Okay. Xianyun. Let me see what's going on here. Ah. Okay, you have nothing new to say at the moment. It's gonna be when we start this. Hello. Movement ability is pretty fun. Hey there, Kano. We meet again. It's interesting to hear which characters have different... Because, of course, most of the time, the Liyue characters with their, Chinese Hanji names get Japanese pronunciations in the Japanese dub. They've made... The only character who they really made an exception for, weirdly enough, was Yelan, where they explicitly, with Furigana, essentially, specifically marked that her name was meant to have specifically the Chinese pronunciation. I will say, it's a fun game, but it is a time-consuming game. I play it because it's time-consuming, but you might like Sumeru. I'm not sure you'd like what comes after. It's a more amusing name anyway, yeah. Shh, quiet now. She doesn't even say any words in the other. Yeah, what is it? She's spying on children. Be sure that you not scare younger pigeons away. One has awaited them here for quite some time. Failure is not an option. She gonna turn into her bird form? That'd be fun. Maybe you also want to have some grilled fowl. Yeah, killing the birds on the bird. Preposterous notion, one has never taken an innocent life, no sure won't start, is a photo-taking opportunity that one seeks here. I mean, what I will say is that that's the thing, is that Sumeru was, for better or worse, a patch cycle where there was maybe a bit more focus on the male characters. Fontaine went away from that a bit, and Natlan, I mean, we've got 2 guys, period, all patch cycles so far. Only one of them has been a 5-star, and likely... Well, that's the thing, is that there were a lot of people who complained back during the Sumeru patch cycle that there was only one tall woman who came out and was a 5-star, and she ended up having a terrible kit because... I mean, not to get too stereotypical, but it tends to be the male player base who cares more about meta and viability. And to a lot of them, they took that as a specific affront. Especially since Candace, who was the only other character of that body type that patch cycled in my memory, was also kind of awful because, the 4-star design space is already taken up almost entirely by Xingqiao and to a lesser extent Barbara. So they had to make something very out there. And with Candace, and I didn't even realize this until someone brought it up, but Candace's whole deal is that she's meant to be sort of a Xingqiao side grade for Sino specifically, and only when she's at C6, which is an incredibly hackneyed way to design a character. So there are a lot of people who outright quit the game because there weren't enough waifus, quote-unquote. And, Nilu, for example, did not count to them. And as a result, it's been very interesting to see the game try to swing back in the other direction because... I mean, there are some people who outright say that they should, outright remove the existing male characters from the game. Generally they're at least partially trolling, but there have been games that have outright done that. They tend to be pornographic, though. Okay, a preposterous notion, one has never taken an innocent life, nor shall one start, is a photo-taking opportunity that one seeks here. That said, I think there is a chance that in the coming patch cycles they might shift away from Natlan's focus. I think there is a certain argument to be made that Natlan was in part kind of a filler patch cycle for some reasons, and that they just spammed, random girls with not necessarily the most backstory, but cute faces, because, and, again, a little stereotypical, but it's sort of... One could argue that the male player base has much lower standards for what they roll for, and will, throw money at anything with boobs, but... I mean, in the end, I think this is dangerous. Dangerous discourse. Sorry, Palm was overthinking things there. Let me give you a hand. Sure, your abilities are most worthy of confidence. Do bear in mind that you must catch both the giant fanboy mechanism. Oh, so she doesn't really know what a windmill is. Pigeons on the bridge and the frame hardly challenged you once. That's not a problem, shall we? Now then, what pose should one strike this time? One that could dazzle anyone who sees it. Might blend in with the local ambiance, perhaps. Well, the thing about that game is that it's outright soulless. And it actually was intended to have a mixed cast during beta, and when the game launched, it cut that all out to the point that they eventually ended up completely removing all male characters whatsoever other than the playable character. And well, part of that is that the game also, after that point, had another massive change in direction to focus more on fan service, and a lot of the voice cast didn't want to be associated with that and left. And as a result, they eventually dropped the English voice track entirely. And it has some of the craziest drama in terms of its fan community, because as a result of going really, really hard into pandering, it eventually cultivated a very mercurial mindset in its own fan base, to the point that basically they thought that a character who might have become playable eventually was not pandering enough to them. It was too bratty. So the devs basically held a vote on whether she would live or die. And that's the thing about it, is that it's one thing if the devs had that vision for the game for the first place, that was the kind of game they wanted to make, and it was their genuine passion, but it's utterly soulless. If you're having player votes on whether individual characters live or die, there's no direction to the game besides just trying to make more money. And games will compromise on their artistic vision to make more money, but there was no vision besides money. Let me see these. How about this then? Or the family beckers and pigeons within the frame. Oh, that's the pose that you strike when you use any kind of item like the nets. I think it looks great, but I'm taking the picture. Let's go with the pose that blends in better with a local feel. And has observed the soldiers outside the city doing thusly. This one is funnier. See, it's super stunning pose instead. Should we just display stunning majesty at all times, regardless will this suffice? I would say unlikely, because really only China and Japan make that kind of game, and both of them have rather strict laws against blood and gore. A lot of people don't know this about Japan especially, because generally games that they put out, at least non-live service games, overseas will have it added back in, but I think it was great. Ready? I'm taking the picture. What if we get a photo book or something? Go ahead then. Wonder if Timmie's gonna take notice. Done then. When we peruse the results, well done as always. I do find it a bit interesting that, you know, generally even characters who just appear in World Quests with no voice will get voiced in scenes like these. It just reminds me of how in Yoimi's story quest, you have the R&R show up with no voice, just lines. I think that is understandable and maybe a good idea in the end. I wonder, it would have been interesting if they might have done the same thing with the Melusines, but the Melusines are more humanoid. I think it would be hard to give the R&R a voice that does not kind of destroy their feel. So we revisited recently, not long ago, when following your guide of wind rise. It's verdant and lush, a giant tree surrounded by the winds of wisdom, truly a blessed place. He only wrote all about the spots we've been to that we thought were awesome when Trace. Well, it's a great place for a nap too, since it's nice and cool. And it's rather empty. As for the rest, they've been captured on camera. Here, have a look. Okay, will we actually see? No. Pamansi. Oh no! She'll do get pictures, so just... Windmill Aster, Papa gets a concept, but why is this Windmill Aster so huge? It's more concerned about the plants on the landscape this time, I suppose. Kind of close up. Oh no, Paimon's just stupid. Okay. What's this super blurry picture? That focus on the artistic conception, what's masterful making. Ah, so she's got some sophisticated photography technique. Guess that makes sense considering that, and I honestly kind of forgot her whole deal is being the machinist. Okay, anything else? What is also sampled the delicacies in Mondstadt City. Ah, the chicken. Isn't that cannibalism? Honey roast, the apple salad, and... Oh, now this one explain. Delicious is oozing out of the picture. Oozing. Say bird's eye view. Technically, everything she sees is a bird's eye view. Ah, Storm Terror's lair. How do you even manage to take this picture? By flying. Info needs only to fly into the clouds, of course, a trivial matter. Yeah, if only we got true flight with her. Should add it back to her. They've given it to Chaska. So it really is a bird's eye view. Looks like you got a lot of this out of this trip and enjoyed your time. Did a foreign land, though this was your guide, but can ensure the smoothness of my travels with many a pleasant surprise. Okageda. Now then, but still is a leisurely stroll through the wilds plan while daylight yet lingers. Do not fret, one has your text on hand yet. I understand why, to an extent. But I do kind of wish we got... Oh, lasting item rewards from some of these anecdotes. Because the closest thing is they put the official dictionary in the library and put the sword in the roof of Jean's office, which I find really fun. But it makes me wonder whether those will stay after this patch cycle or whether they'll end up disappearing once the anecdotes end, because it isn't entirely clear whether these anecdotes will remain accessible next patch, though I would imagine they won't, maybe. They're definitely a trial run for more stuff like this in the future. Like I was saying before, there's a bit of ambiguity about whether or not ones will deal of, you know, just focusing on the ladies is a permanent deliberate change, or if it's more... Real thing is, how am I going to get her to show up again? I hope it doesn't require daily resets. But permanent change in direction, or if it's a temporary thing. Like I said, maybe because it's trying to sort of be maybe a bit of a filler arc while still making money. I think there is a possibility, in no small part, that they're trying to kind of deliberately cede ground to Love in Deep Space in terms of its female audience. Because they actually loaned the people who make that game some money. Loan is not exactly the correct term, but essentially they have some investment in that game getting off the ground, being profitable for a bit for their own financial purposes. And that they might be trying to eventually claw that audience back after a year of letting them run free, like an Amish Rumspringa. Big thing is, it actually kind of seems as if... I wonder if I would be able to force the spawn of that anecdote by weaving and resetting the game. Big thing is that if I have to pop in a couple more times just to, as in do 2 more streams in order to just make the remaining anecdotes appear, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but really would prefer. Really would prefer that they just show up. She's still over in Mondstadt, and it does seem as if a daily reset has to occur between each one. It might maybe be just more in-game days passing, but that might kind of be part of the issue, possibly, that I've done all the others, and I think possibly a character's anecdotes will only update when you've done other characters' anecdotes or another. It depends on where and what it'd be. It would suck to be just a random NPC and not one while Abyss Wars are going on, but, you know, being a vision wielder would be kind of nice. It's just sort of a veil of ignorance kind of thing. You know, you get to choose what position you're placed in. I suppose it'd be nice, but if you get to choose your position in life, pretty much anywhere would be nice. Unless, I don't know, you were a caveman. There isn't much differentiation there. But... so is she gonna go back to... somewhere else? Let's try to make a few more days pass, because... like I said, I hope it doesn't require daily resets to make the remaining anecdotes appear, but it does seem like that might be the case. I mean, luckily, there are exactly 2 left, they're both Xianyun. And I plan to hop on 2 more times before the end of this patch cycle anyway. But I really would prefer to just get them all done right here and then. Got Xianyun right next to Dragonspine. I never got to see placeholder Dragonspine. Kinda wish I had. Okay. And yeah, it does seem as if... maybe if I still had other anecdotes available to do, that could allow it to cycle earlier. But as of right now, it seems like I just need to wait for a reset. It's FGO and that's it. I haven't even tried any others. It's really just a matter of time, or lack thereof. So how do I want to proceed through here? Just want to go through Tezcatepetonco. I guess I could try to explore some of the water, just mess around with it. Yeah, I don't stream FGO. I do play it, though, but I don't have as much time as I used to devoted to gaming, so it doesn't really apply in these cases. So who should we put in terms of exploration right now? Cheska and Milani are good options. I think we'll go with that. Don't imagine there's anything on the water, but I always feel like going through the areas. Apparently just spamming the sprint is a pretty good way to make things work with her. I kind of would, to an extent, even if I don't have as much time as I used to. Oh, and her sprint is, yeah, incredibly costly. Oops. Oh, but and I have to go down onto the water in order to... interesting. That's fine. Be able to switch to Milani. It doesn't let me do it in midair. But all this is pretty empty. There are worse ways to pass your time. You're not going out and killing people, so... don't think you really have anything to worry about. At least to my knowledge. Don't have... maybe I should have put Xianyun in the party just to have someone to... yeah, her buff that regains Night Soul in you. Do Night Soul transmission. Yeah, and of course you're supposed to use a Compulsor to reach Timmie, but we just use the short cord. Apparently, using her sprint, because it doesn't cost as much, is the most efficient way to move with her. And the main thing is making sure that you can keep up the Night Soul transmission duration. The nice thing is just having Mavica in the party does reduce the cooldown for Night Soul transmission very significantly. But Yeah, in just a few short days, the volcano right here will be available. About a little over a week. Again, I really wonder what the gimmick is going to be for No Cry and then for Xianyun more broadly. Because it would be really easy for them to just do movement abilities again. And part of me kind of expects that to be the case. But it would be very... It would be boring. And that there's a lot more they can do. And it would feel like a real wasted opportunity for them to just do the same thing again. What do you mean by that? Characters who are stronger in their region than elsewhere? It depends on the gimmick and how the gimmick ends up working. Because that's the thing with movement abilities. And I wonder where this is supposed to take us. So you can get the infinite Fulgiston, but is this just supposed to take you back? Wasn't a puzzle here to my memory. I wonder if sitting here with two characters would do anything, actually. I'm kind of impelled to try it. Should come here for a second, actually, if you're on. Actually, I want to see if this is like those other chests in Sumeru or the big heart island in Liyue, and if you sit down here with another player, that spawns a chest. If you're available. See if I can hit. Down. Of course you're moving. Annoying. They might not be loaded in at this distance. Please, Ganyu. Could obviously hit, but I don't really want to be using Ganyu right now. Not my problem at the moment. Got the bird guy over there. Let's go down, go along this cliffside. I think this is part of Tezcatepetonco. It might be Quahacan. Whatever. Let us go over here. While we're poking through, I suppose I will try out some of my... Let me see how this is gonna go. Find some of the local legends again, which is gonna be fun. See, okay. Should have put down Mavika's rings at least, but that's okay. Alright. Thank you. Stuff in Quahacan Cliff. See how this is all going. I've been through a bit of this before, but you gotta make sure I don't miss anything. Oh, that's right, you will show up anyway. Oh, yeah, that's by the Danganronpa people. It's interesting, but I've also heard that it kind of lacks a real reason to exist right now. It's in its content beta test, isn't it? Yeah. The main thing is that it's trying to be an action RPG with a sports aesthetic, right? That's what I've seen. That is interesting. Let's actually get... What's this chest is over there? Right. Let's actually unlock Shreds of Depth right now. There was a... warrior just turned into a Tenebrous Mimesis down here. Check that out. Come on, come on. See? Let me see. Nothing in here. Yeah, so we got you doing things. What's going on with that? Oh, it'll touch you, and then we can fight you. Or... no, you turn into birds. Interesting choice. Okay, so where are you headed? To chase them down, or what? Somehow I get the impression that they have messed that up a little. Let's try that again. Birds went off in this direction. Is that going to be anything of note? Come on. Go up here. Use the Night Soul transmission, maybe. So it's more or less right at range there, and if there was anything to do with those birds, it's gone now. Guess maybe we freed that warrior soul. Motorcycle flight is fun. Okay. All these ridges, most of which I have not really done anything with. But right, the final Shrine of Depths in the new area is gonna be right over here. Suppose we can take out... Oh, interesting. There's meant to be an Atomi store around here. Anything we can see with any kind of special sight, and doesn't really seem like it. Hello. I think we'll take you out while we're here. Thanks. And weak shield. That's okay. Wonder how well. Fair, fair. No shame in it. And a little bit less time with that bike. Yeah, we should get one bonus shot off by using transmission. Oh goodness. Okay. It's the second one here. Yep, Sanctuary Pilgrim Fire Points too. Come on. Very, very nice. Main thing is, if I do manage to clear out these areas by the end of patch, cover Shrines of Depths in the following areas, Quahacan, Tezcatepetonco, no, Quahacan Cliff and Oshkanalan, so it tells you outright that there's no Shrine of Depths in Tezcatepetonco Range. It's funny. But essentially, let's see how... 172. Yeah, so if I got all the chests in the new areas, I probably could have 300, which would allow me to get to level 40 outright on the Tablet of Tone drops next patch. Let's see what happens. Stuff around here. Oshkanalan really does have a nice ambiance. Honest to goodness. Let's just go and do some chatting with the people in Tezcatepetonco. Gonna have to do it eventually. Let's pick up this right here. Oh well, oh well. Come on. And of course we're fighting now. Come on. See over here, and... Oh, that's what got you. Okay, cool. And they all fell. Awesome. The main question really is just where the secret space is going to be, and... Random Cryo Crystal Warrior. Cryo Crystal Cannon. So, what's interesting is that there are actually 4 kinds of Saurian warrior, because some of the weapons repeat. There's man with a saw, man with a hammer, gal with a slingshot, gal with a cannon. We've had 3 cannons, and that's Hydro, Dendro, and Cryo. Had 2 guys with hammers, Geo and Pyro. That reminds me of Tesla versus Lovecraft. Kinda. Yeah. But essentially, as I was saying, I need to find a way, I've said this before, for essentially blocked words to be replaced with asterisks rather than the message be blocked entirely. You know, make it more like Roblox, kinda. Funny I'd say that, but... Because it's... I would prefer to keep the VODs somewhat clean, but I don't want messages to just get totally discarded. So that makes communication a bit more difficult. But we got 3 gals with cannons, Cryo, Hydro, and Dendro. 2 guys with hammers, Pyro and Geo. 3 guys with axes, and that's Dendro, Geo, and Cryo. And then 2 guys with slingshots, and that's Hydro and Pyro. So that means by process of elimination, they'd all equalize if Electrotrop got a gal with a slingshot and gal with a hammer, and apparently that's exactly what's happening. So I was very glad that I was able to do that calculation correctly. Oh no, there were 2 of you. I did not expect that. Oh my goodness. Let's keep shooting you. Thank you. Oh, we got your icy tide berry. How are you doing? Thank you. And seems that there was at least one more somewhere else. Where are they? You're down underneath. Oh, that's cool. So you've enchanted your sword with a bit of ice. Okay. There's a chest here. Look up and beat you up. Okay, cool. Thank you. Nice. Of course, we are supposed to blow up the rocks by placing down these barrels, which will automatically explode after a short duration. That's fun. Of course, you can also just shoot it yourself, but this works too. Thank you. Bachiga. What is really cool is that when you use Oron or Citlali specifically to freeze the copies of the Spirit Speaker, she will have special dialogue depending on whether it was Citlali or Oron who did it. Yeah, if you use Oron, she'll say essentially that he's improving in his training. And if you use Citlali, she'll call her out by name and basically say that it's mean for her as someone as strong as she is to be bullying her like that. It's very fun. Okay, we got her speed and we got her jump. So the arrow ones will... Is that water boiling or boiling? It's boiling. We'll give you a speed boost, and the swirls, the little fingerprint ones, will give you a jump boost. No. These ones that look like the Utomi sword will give you a jump boost. And oh, that's where their secret space is. Right under... I probably marked it at some point and just forgot. Yeah, this is where we want to go. Okay. But as I was saying, the fingerprint ones restore health and energy, if I recall correctly, which is nice, I suppose, but not exactly needed. Let's keep on going. Get on up. Let's unlock this, and it's... There's purple obsidian ring. X1 to remove the barrier of the trove. Yes, in fact. Offerings to the night higher planes. I like how each of them looks different. That's characteristic. Lock all the seals of the secret spaces of the tribes of the following areas in Nutland, Tezcatepetonco Range, and Quahacan Cliff. My question is, because I imagine that Collective of Plenty will have one too, whether it will be the new artifact set or an old artifact set. What is interesting is how most of the others, the obsidian pieces, are all together, and all the Cinder City pieces are together, but here you've got the obsidian all alone, 2 more obsidian, 2 obsidian, and a Cinder City piece, and the 4 Cinder City pieces here. It's interesting. Let's see if any of these pieces are any good. Trash artifact there. And we can pick up our Sanctifying Elixir. Pick up our printer ink. Nice. Yay. Alright. We did get, I believe... Claim this, no point to it though. The artifact mission. Artifact enhancement rewards. I'm surprised that it was right on under the Statue of 7. Statue of the 7, because I did not actually check for that. There's a challenge right around here, and that, of course, is this way to the boss. Maybe it's a little silly to be exploring just using the compass. It's definitely a little silly. But maybe that's okay. After all, I am ever so slightly tired at the moment. And all these are just, you're meant to just use Citlali. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, got a modded. In that case, might be good to cut back on the coffee, honestly. If it's losing its effect. Oh, and we got more you guys. Is there another one around? Yeah, there were a few more around. Wow. Okay, cool. Can probably get 6 shots off? Possibly. Still be more than enough. Thank you. And here we are. Got a lasting updraft. Well, now it's gone. Of course we can use... Oh, there's definitely an Oculus up here. Thank you. Yeah, we can use that updraft to get nice and high, according to the Oculus here. In that case, you might honestly want to consider decaf. But you might want to gradually wean yourself off of it, because even if you're drinking it for the taste, and to be fair, the human body is very interesting about addiction. Your body is definitely at least slightly used to it now. Oh, this is for that challenge. Okay. Put that down here. Thank you. Position ourselves just right to catch them, and now we can just glide normally. Kinda wish I had been using her pillow glide, but what can you do? Nakanaka ii janai. Gatotte. So we have to use a rock. Presumably we have to use this rock to block that vent. Venti. Yep, and that's a Scorch Wind Conflux. So we take this rock, and it unblocks the cage, and it blocks the vent, and both of you are free. Self-explanatory. Thank you. There we go. And now that rock is totally bare. So this is one of those painted rock puzzles. I should figure out some way to demarcate where I'm going, essentially. Decide where to start my investigation, where to stop. So you've got these various walls in the cliff, and I want to make sure that I can get everything in Tezcatepetonco specifically without edging out into other areas, but it is what it is. That spirit body's dissipated. I don't really care. The big thing is that we're only getting 2 more Shrines of Depth next patch, so that's only 8 in total, which would logically require that we get 1 more not 1 patch, which would make sense for Marajavari, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, some people think they'll skip straight to Node Cry. I find that kind of hard to believe, because after all, if nothing else, we need more... is that there before? Did that get revealed by the explosion, or? I was not really looking. And maybe they're gonna break the cycle and not have the Statue of the Seven be fully upgradable during 5.0. Not have... Oh, all the Shrines of Depths be openable during 5.0, but I don't really think that's going to happen. Put down another rock. Interesting. Makes a gust appear as well. Under the chest, we can scan that. Can't scan that now because the chest's in the way. Interesting. Let's see how we're gonna do this. Simple enough team. And you're already gone, so how are we supposed to do this? Oh, we actually have to take the rock straight from the painting to put it down. Smart. There we go. Oh, we don't need to actually take the picture. And now it's already an updraft, but it isn't really going anywhere. I guess maybe it's supposed to get you over this way if... Alright. Could be worse. And now, of course, since the stone has reached its permanent placement, it's not moving anymore. It's not really the purpose of this, unless there was maybe an Oculus that I got previously and then kind of forgot about, but I don't think that's what happened. Big thing is... Let's just go around the lower area here, because this is also technically Tezcatepetonco. Was added with 5.2. This is eventually going to presumably go to the volcano. I want to see... Now that I've actually leveled up Qiqi, I want to see how much better I can do against some of the... Oh, this is the final Ictomosaurus trial. Finally, Pulmari, Master Trainer, Masters of the Nightwind. Let's make this happen. My warrior from Foreign Lands could do me a small favor here. As you can see, I'm in charge of a warrior's challenge, and I've got a participant quota to meet. A few people short, so are you free at the moment? Give me a moment of prep. No dialogue. This is... Let's begin. Forward and forward again. Let's make this happen. Depending on how I need to do the transmission, probably be good to put Orarone back in the party if I need to do any cycling between them. Let's see. Next patch will have a free Orarone from the event too, which would mean R4 for me, which... Not like he needs energy help, but... This is buff, that's decent. Rotation is going to be good for breaking Potapo shields, at least. Let's do this. Forward and forward again. Soon we'll be collecting coins. Spirit speaking and leaping abilities. Obtain the coins and placed all over. And no, if this is gliding focused, this Citlali is going to be a bit better, actually. She's got a bit better of a glide. Surprised she was right over here. This is the last one we gotta do. Yeah, we got them all. Oh, but since she doesn't fall as fast, you have to wait a bit longer, so you're not gonna do this with as much speed. And yeah, you'd want Orarone for this because his hitbox is bigger. Yeah, going through the middle here is requires some real precision with Citlali. So she actually arguably makes this harder. It's interesting enough. No, she... I don't like that. Don't like that. Yeah, we're gonna want to use him. And maybe just the actual Ictomosaur. These are... And it really is mostly a hitbox thing. Out of all the challenges, well... This one is meant to be done with Ictomosaurs. So there isn't a lot of Phlogiston around. So you're gonna end up running out of their flight. No, they actually fall about the same speed. The big thing is... Hitbox is nice and big. This is meant to be done with Ictomosaurs. So I'm trying to use Nightwind characters at least. And you can see his wingspan is a lot better. Yeah, he's grabbing these with relative ease. Thank you. I did not mean to hit you. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Main thing is just... Ictomosaur has a big hitbox, good at collecting coins. Citlali is rather small. She's small. I didn't say that. So apparently, eventually, this has some spirit speaking involved. Let's see. Now we just need to move back and forth. And here, having a slightly smaller hitbox is probably an advantage. So let's actually switch. Try to not hit those evil balloons. Thank you. And, oh, we're gonna have to jump over. Yeah, exactly. It's Grandma's turn. So we can float over it. Oh, there's actually a wind current. Didn't notice that. No, it's not a wind current. It's the balloon's actually moving, and I just didn't actually notice that. Okay, I gotta move with this to catch it all. I almost fell off. Come on. No. Nice and big. Can I... Oh, wait. Did I screw that up? I almost screwed that up. I was rather frightened for a second. Okay, this is dumb. This is dumb. Okay, luckily there's no time pressure, but... Yep, glide over, get all that with a big hitbox, and... Got a few more. Actually plunge, and... If that had dropped me down to my doom, I would've... I don't know what I would've done. Well, I would've restarted the challenge, that's why. And... Right at the end. This one was actually a bit treacherous. Fair enough. Cool runnings. Jamaican bobsled team. 161 coins. Thank you, thank you. And most of the other achievements for getting all the Warriors Challenges max rank were named after mecha anime. This is named after the movie about the Jamaican bobsled team. Complete all the Warriors Challenges, the Masters Night win with the highest possible grade. Okay. Check that. So all of them have special little bits of dialogue after you start the challenge. Yeah, but spirit speaking abilities... There was no spirit speaking in this challenge. So directions, keep pressing on, simple as that. Thought we were supposed to press spacebar. Oh, that respawns it. Doesn't respawn them. Treats them as if they hadn't spawned. Interesting. Okay. Nothing nearby now. This is technically at 100, but obviously that is not the same as actually having obtained everything. So down around here we've got the Cryo Wayob local legend. Weirdly enough, it incentivizes healing, which does not exactly correspond to any not one character. Because... It's interesting because the Iktomasaur local legend over here explicitly uses spirit speaking in the boss battle, and that makes perfect sense. Though, to be fair, the only Wayob that's arguably a test of its own tribe's abilities is... Outwaddle's Blessing, because you have to do a bit of gliding and hit it in midair, which, yeah, makes it a bit... Or use the air currents to plunge, which is good for Chaska, well, it's also good for Oro and Citlali, but... Yeah, you go with... All the others, Geo 1 is parrying, Gendra 1 is... awful, I guess? Just about. Get a damage buff, also taking damage. That one also really sucked, because the max level challenge was beating it without taking any hits. Not taking no damage, taking no hits, so it's not as if you could use a shield. You had to actively avoid everything. I solved that one by just perma-freezing it with Thesli, Sigwin, Shenhe, Fiorina. I believe. Which was interesting, I will say. Would not call it good, but it worked. And then the Hydra one, Shamali's over in here. Weird place for it to be anyways. About freezing its water balls and knocking it back at it, which is really good for Thesli for one, but... Let's actually see if we've caught enough fish to buy your stock. Hi. Orowuk and Ororo. By the Molten Lava Pool Outdoor Furnishing Blueprint. We still don't have enough for this. Wow. Okay. Foghorn Flounder Finder. A lot more sunfish. Decent more Phlogiston unicorn fish. Okay. But again, I literally don't even need it because the moon... Not Moon Chaser, what's that thing called? It's not a gadget. No, it is a gadget. Now, the Moon Stringer is as good as all of the other regional rods. And I got that one, the patch where fishing came out from the fishing event. The patch where fishing came out, it completely obviates the need for all the others. It is a truly, truly baffling decision. You know, I'm glad I have it, but it was not a good decision, gameplay-wise. It is honestly more of an impediment to not have it than it is to miss, like I did say. Wind Bloom Ode, Festering Desire. This Festering Desire, again, is still the best 4-star option for Fiorina, which is crazy. But at the very least, Flopsandra Ferryman is about as good. Oh, I did not mean to do that. I didn't think you would take it. Okay. Can I... Let's abandon the challenge. Oops. Okay. So... I actually made a mistake. I thought there were 11 Night Soul Totems in total. I mean, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, actually, that pillar with the blue light is a Night Soul Totem. These are Wayob proxies. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then there's an 11th there, but what I never saw until someone actually went out of bounds here, there's a 12th right there. Didn't really see, because it's kind of tough to make out, especially if you're over here. Which means, honestly, they might have added that in an update. I don't know. But either way, that means there would logically be 2 more Night Soul local legends with the volcano. And the question is, of course, just what would happen if you lit up all 12? Especially if you lit up all 12 all the way. This is one where you want to do healing. Oh, it's sea salt, dark chocolate. Okay, so the main thing is... I want to max out your healing. I think... Xianyun, Baiju, and Qiqi. In terms of healing, because I tried Sigwin the last time, but all of these are good ways to get a lot of healing fast. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, it's quite tasty. Jean is okay-ish. But a lot of her healing is based on her being on field, and it's so silly, honestly, that one of her passives is 50% chance of healing on a normal hit. Such a weird choice. Like a Margarita? Yeah, don't go to Margaritaville, then. Okay. Yes, so if we want healing, Fiorina, Baiju, Xianyun, and then Qiqi. Main thing is just the total amount of healing you deal powers up a laser that is used by your ally Wayob. Sure, you got Fab. You need to have Proto Amber. Take that back from Barbie. Yep. Once we get this started back up again, and I suppose we can show. I've already gotten all the achievements, but as you can see, done this once. Yeah, no characters are down, had Protection Spirit use Decisive, Binding of Dawn, and Dust Breaking. That's essentially the maximum level of lasers, so let's try that again. We're in the area, so I feel like showing it off again. Protection spirits are hostile spirits. Wait for you to drain us and then make. Come on, there we go. We get drained. So it's time to get the healing back up. Thank you. And that's continuing to restore HP to the protection spirit. Everyone gets healed. And we can just keep that going. And we're already getting the strongest level of laser. And that is the power of Qiqi. power at Qiqi. Oh, nice. And, yep, we have used it up. Just want to get more energy while we can. And, oh my goodness, already? That's crazy. Yep, thank you. And some energy back. Oh, interesting. There is no protection spirit. Oops. May have made a mistake. No, maybe not. Okay. Let's keep on hitting. Having Qiqi here, Arena. And we managed to get the best level of laser. Thank you very much. Basically, we get to 1/4 health, and then it goes from there. Okay, makes sense. Come on. This is basically a D&D code of cold, which is funny. Alright. Waiting for you. Shred my health and make your protection spirit show up again. This is basically as much healing output as you can theoretically meaningfully get. It drains your health with that big hit to help you heal. Which the main thing is just healing up the friendly NPC. Thank you. And that's our cue to get our rotation started. Thank you. Got you here already. Insane. There's the burst. We're hitting that, which is even better. Big old laser is coming. And you get to about 1/4 the health, and then you go away. You have gotten your maximal usefulness. And yeah, we can just keep hitting. Let's see. Really helps her get energy back. But only when the Herald of Frost hits, that's the thing. But what's nice is... oh goodness. Okay, that's our cue. Talisman is gone. Frozen is interesting. Get out there, and heal. Thank you. And the healing laser will drill the rest of the way. Awesome stuff. Get bigger. There is our massive wave cannon. Thank you very much. It's so nice when Qiqi is actually useful. And as you can see, we've done this twice now. It's another valid use. Cool. Yeah, it's just, this team has no function other than to output comical amounts of healing. That's the only thing you would do in this challenge anyway. Okay. Alright. This little pocket then. Explore everything to the right of these walls. That's about 1/4 of the area, I suppose. Could probably do Quahacan as well. It's not big. Oh, and there's the player character graffiti. And yeah, it is Lamine if you play Lamine. Here we are, and right, we can make the big hot air balloon. I wonder what purpose of that would be. It's gonna go up at all, or see how that happens. And yeah, we can activate it. Take us on a nice trip up top. It's one way to get up here. Oh, okay. Oh, and that's Citlali's little... That's right. Nice. Citlali's little hot air balloon. The Citlat air balloon. I need to stop trying to make puns using the it doesn't even... Okay. Come on. Thankfully, it didn't fall off the cliffside, which I was really expecting it to do, and There are 2 Tepetwasaurs around here. Doing what? People have made that joke. It's not even really all that accurate or anything. It's a complete misnomer. Probably. So do we have to put a rock here, or... The rock's right there. Let's put that down. Oh, so this weighs it down so that they can see each other. Okay, so it's a kind of hot air balloon sandbag kind of thing. Where are you headed now? It seems to be that the Tepetwasaurs were always the most hapless for whatever reason. Can we go anywhere now, or? Okay, so now it's just stuck that way. Yeah, you know, once you put a certain piece of graffiti in their permanent location, you just can't change it anymore. That's okay. I think I want that mushroom. Of course, climbing up here is not really much of a point to it. Don't worry, there are far more unfortunate misconceptions regarding her name. I'm sure you can imagine what they are. It really does surprise me that, to my knowledge, there aren't any recipes that actually use the Candlecap mushroom. Let me actually look that up real quick. Because the star shrooms, when they got added with a chasm, interestingly enough, can be used with for a strength tonic. Oh wait, did I? Sonkayok. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I didn't even know that was a thing. Where is he? Near the start, near the... There's a recipe that I totally missed. I've heard her called Mexican 7th. Because her name is Mexican. And she looks like March 7th. Okay. So this is just gonna go to the same place, but... Honestly, it's pretty funny. I wouldn't call that one unfortunate. It's just a little silly. Okay, so no matter where you place them, it seems they all end up going to the same height. Suppose that makes sense. Hot air balloons are cool. Did a number of puzzles using her and Orwin's abilities, but didn't really play around with the hot air balloons. Yeah, but the one recipe that uses Candlecap mushrooms is a potion you can make in the crafting bench that you'll only notice if you talk to an NPC after completing a certain quest. And I thought I would have talked to him already, but I guess not. Maybe he wasn't there because of some other quests going on, but even still. Okay. The wiki actually says that Citlali's hot air balloon disappears, but clearly it doesn't. Yeah. You cannot... No, you can't sit down here. Got one of the pillows, that's fine. That's cool. I imagine a number of Citlali character anecdotes will end up being put in this game. And I imagine at least one will be connected to her hot air balloon, which showed up in her... Well, technically it's a Trouble Chronicle, not a story quest, but, I mean, really, who are you fooling? What is really interesting is all of these Kukasaurs who are, for whatever reason, not actually targetable. You can absorb them with a sconce, but they're literally not targetable. You can go up close, but they don't have an active hitbox. But essentially, there's a guy around here. He was part of a questline where there was a sabotage kind of fake crafting bench. Oh, I didn't see him because it was kind of hidden. Sneaky little bastard, yo. Yeah, but he gives you a recipe. Price cut. So gone, I'm gone. It's now or never, so don't miss out. So you do business here. It's not like I'm in anyone's way, is it? Besides, selling's never a problem for something with as solid a reputation as mine. Not gonna lie, though, working the graveyard shift day after day is tough stuff. One of these days, I'll get a message to Haka, asking to send someone else to replace me. So the things you sell here are all completely legit, yeah? So why wouldn't they be? I sell invigorating potions for people and Source crackers for Saurians, all 110% above board. Aside from these finished products, I'll sell chemical materials. I got everything. Butterfly wings, still roach pools, so whatever you need, just ask. There's nothing we can't get our hands on. Except you're into the same kind of stuff as Ixtoa, I don't want to hear about it. Might seem shady or something. That has gem dealings, well, even we won't turn a blind eye there. Ixtoa. Maybe he'll show up sometime later. That is not an NPC who currently exists. Goodbye, take care. She's always been the same. The only thing you could say nerfed her is that there have been characters since who are stronger. I heard I get my hands on some special potions here. But her specific niche, I would say, she doesn't really have competition. I heard I could get my hands on some special potions here. Pretty well informed, aren't you? Go on then, tell me what you need. I like one of those potions that almost killed Sumac. Sumac, I remember now, but wait a sec, what do you mean she almost died? And what does that have to do with my potions? Not trying to extort me, are you? I've sold so many potions I've lost count yet in all this time. Never had anyone make complaints or kick up trouble for only repeat customers. Sure, it's not because the ones who would have done so all end up having little accidents. Are you seriously challenging me? My reputation means everything. I'll even give you the potion formula for free. Find anything fishy about it, anything at all, just come find me. How would I do that if something had already happened to me? Offering the formula for free, and you want me to cough up more too? You sure know how to play the game, huh? Ah, we got strength tonic recipe. That's about it. And no new dialogue. What is interesting is that that's a food item made in the crafting bench. You do use mushrooms and Saurian claw succulents to make it. This gives you a slight attack boost. It's a bit like the special magic water, whatever. Get a recipe for in Fontaine. Yeah, the pure water. Crit rate and damage taken. Hidalgo, pond cones, and wheat. Strength tonic. Damage taken, physical damage. Crit rate, physical damage. Interesting. That could honestly be quite good for Yuha. Potion of mysterious origins that has a simple formula, some might even call it a healthy drink. Its name suggests it can make people stronger. Only thing mushrooms are used for, and the only reason I found out this even existed is because I thought, you know, thought to look up what the Candlecap Mushrooms actually are used for. It's funny. Okay. Let's go back around here. Clear out this quadrant. Oh, and now the Tabitlosaurs are just gone now. Okay. They've made it back down to solid ground, I imagine. I honestly don't think so. Because one of the things about HSR that is not really true about Genshin is that early characters in HSR are almost universally completely obsolete. That is not true of Genshin. And there are a number of reasons for it. One is just that, though not to the extent of, say, ZZZ or something like Wuwa, you can compensate for not having incredibly strong characters with some degree of mechanical skill. Because this is an action game, HSR is entirely turn-based. It's all just... if the numbers are not in your favor, there is not much you can do. But also, it's just a different kind of game. HSR can absolutely crap out characters, because Genshin has to worry about animations and frame data hitboxes, because it's an action game. HSR does not. It's animations and numbers, and that's it. And as a result, more characters come out, meaning it's harder to avoid characters who directly compete with each other, therefore hard power creep is required in order to make new characters actually worth existing, worth rolling, giving them a reason to exist. And as a result, giving you the ability to lose to early 1.x characters does not really impede their ability to make you roll for new characters, because those characters are still going to be just purely consolation prizes. Cons, Diacons, and soon Mizukicons are all actually quite good. HSR has too much power creep to make losing a 50-50, even to a character who was previously limited, feel like anything other than a loss. Also, you might not know this, but you can actually pick up books for Citlali. Someone sent me to find a couple of books. Just grab the book set Citlali wants to quote it at. First edition of Shogun Almighty, Reborn is arrived with unlimited power. Limited deluxe edition of Pretty Please Qiqi and Guji. Say your friend clearly knows a thing or two. Here's a collection value. I think the publishing house is currently putting out an arrival the books you're after. I'm not acquainted with such a discerning reader, truly regrettable. Are they still available? Find either on the open market, certainly not in storage. Every copy is snapped up long ago. If I do happen to have a copy of each, I can pay you for them. No, these books would be far better off in your friend's possession, someone who can appreciate their true worth. And that'd be more than happy to give them to you. And these are purely quest items. The first edition of Shogun Almighty, Reborn is riding with unlimited power. Very costly item to collect on account of its limited print run. Limited deluxe edition. Publishing house released this limited print run in response to its readers. Stocks were all but emptied out the instant these came to market, making them much sought after collector's item amongst light novel lovers. This is just a collection item, at least for now. I wonder if it'll get used for something else later, but purely quest items. You can see how grayed out they are, but you can deliver them to Citlali's house, actually. It's pretty cool. What to see. Poke through the rest are right here. I think we can go on top of these ridges now when we would not have been able to before. Let's just go south. South from here. Okay. Crystal beetle. There is a hot air balloon up here that is right one of the challenges. That's right. Nobody's there, but start the challenge. Sure, let's do it. Excuses for victory and defeat. Yeah. I'm not sure though. Because Venti's still really good. Zhongli is still really good. There aren't a lot of examples of Genshin characters who are just straight up bad now. Because it's an action game. It's a lot harder for such a thing to exist. There are no 5 stars who are just duds. Or at least ones that aren't. There aren't really ones that are completely outcompeted by others. Because it's just fundamentally a different kind of game. Coins are still going. Okay, we can collect those. Good stuff. These rings. Did this challenge already and got max rank, but you know how I am. The infinite phlogiston really does mean you can just keep on. Don't need to do any transmission. With the Geo ones, it was quite nice to have both Qiqi and Xianyun to swap between. But here, it's just if you have infinite phlogiston, just hold down dash with Chaska. What is amusing to me is, oh, but this time we ran out. And it's not actually back yet, is the thing. Now we have our phlogiston back. We were too clever by half. And here we are. Cool. Yeah, not that bad. I wonder what it'd be like with... what Aoife's flight will be like, because he is presumably going to be a 4-star. People have said, as in leakers, quote-unquote, have said that his flight is going to be more like a Kukasaur's as opposed to Chaska's, which is just generally quite strong. But we'll see how that happens in practice. That chest is still the only one really around. These walls do not have anything going on. Okay. That's alright. Yeah, and this is just down around here. Part of where I wanted to be, more or less, but... Go back here. Thinking about the only 1.0 character who I think is essentially standard banner material in a derogatory sense is Qiqi. Qiqi's not limited. In terms of characters who are limited but bad enough to essentially be the kind of thing you could lose a 50-52 and have it feel like a loss, the only one I can think of would be Qiqi.
Yeah.
Qiqi... she's actually decent with Furina, but she is by no means a good character. She requires a huge amount of mechanical skill to use for very little payoff. The damage she deals is not really enough to justify what it takes to use her. Because you have to be very good at juggling her charge attacks, her normals, charge attacks, and her skill, her burst, and even with that, she does not deal an especially considerable amount of damage. The only thing she really had going for her, honestly, was... did not see that cave. When she came out, a lot of wooden shield wall Mitatrills were in the game, a lot of cryo slimes and just cryo shield enemies were in the game, meaning that there were a number of, honestly, element checks. But that's not how the game tends to run things now. So there isn't really much need for what Qiqi has to offer, which is really just that. And, oh, okay. Went back to its original position. Okay. Back there, and where is the Dictomasaur? Come on, come on. There's that little passage, it seems. Whatever that all is. Let's make sure we don't get too shot up. Thank you. And I imagine, yep, they were going to fall off. Awesome. Awesome. Let's do this. You've been here already. This is one of those colorless realm puzzles, wasn't it? It was, yeah. Did I go up there? Or... okay, up. Doesn't seem to be anything I can scan, unfortunately. Oh well. Let's just use Mobika to climb next. Did I guess there just isn't really anything in here. Alright. Just... and honestly, actually... you might not like hearing this, though. In terms of 1.0 characters who I think could be reasonable sort of 50-50 losses, it'd be Qiqi and Eula. Maybe Albedo as well. Because Chiori power creeps in most situations, unless you have Chiori's C1. Well, Dia's on standard. Dia just is a standard banner character. If you're... I'm talking about characters who are limited characters, as in not on standard banner, who it could make sense for them to add as standard banner characters because they're just not that good. That Albedo is a worse Chiori in most situations. Well, a number of situations. And every situation if you have Chiori Sumo. As a result, and some people honestly thought they might end up adding Albedo to standard as a result, but they did not do this. But it would make a decent amount of sense now if they did, because he's just been power crept in those situations. See, we got our speed boost. But it's only on Citlali, as you can see. You can switch out, it's gone, and then, well, switch back before and brought it back, but now it's just gone. Something about this capybara. Die. Sincerius. Presumably you have to put stuff back in the bowls that matches the color? Maybe. Maybe. Thank you. Let's take out both of you. See another one over there. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, Eula, Qiqi, and maybe Albedo. Ganyu is interesting in that she's not bad, but, and I suppose you could say the same thing about Venti, is that Ganyu is best used with Venti in a Morgana team in a high AoE situation with enemies who can be sucked up into the blender they create. And since Venti and Ganyu, well, Venti especially, but Ganyu to a lesser extent on a team with him, she needs crowd control, otherwise her icicles will spread out. But the deal is, if you can suck up all the enemies, the icicles have a pretty decent AoE, but they target random enemies, so if you get all the enemies in one place, the icicles are going to hit all the enemies. And the damage skyrockets. But just gotta use the top, put it on top. They trivialize that content so much that they just don't put that content in anymore. Oh well. Silent Meditator. Is there anything up top, or? Let's see. I think this just nice to have, I suppose. But as I was saying, just going through 1.05 stars. Zhao is not bad. Hu Tao's not bad. Furina and Xianyun kept Zhao meta. They're giving him a new plunge set next patch, although it is better for Varisa than him. And it's only better than Vermilion, or even Marcia Say, really, on him if you... Oh, jump through a bunch of hoops to make it work with his kit, because you have to be doing skill hits, charge attack hits, and it... The main issue is that while his burst is up, his skill does not generate particles. So normally you would want to... Oh. Normally the way you run Zhao is use a skill 2 times, or maybe 3 if you have his C1. And then burst to funnel particles to him, because if you use them during burst, you don't generate any more particles. Something they did with a lot of earlier characters, like Razor. Now they just balance it so that characters who are on-fielders and use their skill again just don't have as much particle general skill. Compensate for being able to use it many more times as they're on field. But, for example, Kaveh. But if Kaveh was a 1.0 character, he generates on like 5 or 6 particles on his initial ETAP, and then none during burst. But since Kaveh is 3.0, he just generates a couple each time he uses the skill and can use it a few times while he's on field. But as I was saying, I believe over here is... Yep, this is the area from Citlali's Trouble Chronicle, which of course is completely impassable. But... Oh... What was I saying? With... Oh... Yeah, so Marcia say... Especially since you would be using Zhao with Furita in most cases anyway, or just Simple Vermilion, which is a set made specifically for him. And it's a bit more general use. Especially since it is honestly pretty easy for him to overcap on crit, making Marcia say not really a great option for him in every case. You have to play him arguably suboptimally in a way that would probably require you to build more energy recharge too, since you'd be using his skill hits during bursts to keep the plunge damage bonus up. Whereas, if Varasa, who is the intended user of this set, uses it, you don't have to do anything special, because hitting with charge attacks, E-skills, yeah. Charge attacks are also a pretty painful part of that. Hitting with skill hits, charge attacks, and plunges all together is just how her kit works at base. No special effort needs to be expended to make the set work for her. Yeah. Which is the whole point. And yeah, it can be used with Zhao, and can maybe theoretically do a bit more damage, but it is not intended for him, really. Alright. Really just not gonna be anything on this ridge, I imagine. Yeah, we went up on top and there was nothing. Okay. Main thing, though, is the other set that we're getting next patch is a weird cryo set. That very, very specifically boosts your damage when you don't have any energy. Which means that presumably whoever uses it, which is gonna be definitely Skirk, it's generally believed that Skirk is going to be Cryo. Though technically we don't actually know yet, but leakers pretty reliably say this. That said, you know, quote-unquote, reliable leaker. But maybe for Capitano, I suppose, the big thing is just characters who could theoretically use something other than elemental energy, because the thing about Mavica is that Fighting Spirit is not just an alternate form of energy. It is entirely disconnected for energy. So for all mechanical intents and purposes, Mavica is always at 0 energy. And I can prove that to you really quickly, in that if I go over here, and I find it so funny that they put the statue of the 7 right by Opera Epicles. If she gets hit by the Bishop attack that drains energy, it's got max Fighting Spirit right now. Essentially, if you don't have energy, it deals bonus damage to you. And also drains energy. Yeah, she doesn't get any energy drained at all, and she takes the bonus damage. Because for all intents and purposes, she always has 0 elemental energy no matter what. Which means that if she was Cryo, she could use that set. If you want to be really silly, actually, you could play her with Xianyun to use that set. But very plainly, it's meant to work with someone who's Cryo and has no energy, which could be Capitano. Maybe. Mostly because I'm a doomer, I still do have doubts about Capitano ever actually being playable. You know, the devs would clearly like people to believe that he might be playable, so that people who like that kind of character keep playing the game and rolling for other characters. But that is very much not the same thing as actually putting him in the game. And I think there's honestly about a 50-50 chance. Because he has a playable style avatar model, but they can always just, you know, not put him in the game. Dottore has a model that interacts in the same way as playable avatars with things that playable avatars interact with. And as of right now, Dottore is not playable, and there's a lot of doubt and, you know, fear and loathing in the meeker community, quote-unquote, about whether he'll ever be playable. But I digress. So is there anything in this cave? There was a little something below. Let me see. Something right there. There's this other little passage in the cliffside. And oh, I think this is the terminus of, it wasn't a quest line, but this little platform cave. That's right. Thank you, thank you. Oh, but you're sort of a special spawn to escape the cave, so you don't drop anything. Alright. Yep, exactly. Guess we could be funny and go backward through the cave. Not like it'll do anything for me, but... yeah, this was where we got to the cave with an apple. Can't do this minigame again. For better or worse. Right. I'm not really around here. There was a chest some time ago. This is above ground. Cavern of the Legendary Mural, and yeah. Did this a long, long time ago. Oh, but you have all these berries down, which are used for dye in Citlali's Travel Chronicle. That's right. Hello there. No, we can just... see, we gotta shatter before we gotta melt. Just like Duke, the blunt portion of the attack takes priority over the pyro portion of the attack. And I am not sure we can get out of here. Well, we can climb out, but we gotta wait. You aren't really supposed to go backwards through this cave. Thank you. Yep, and the puzzle with the colored Nonatu. Wait, we can actually move this. Move this again. Not that there's a point, but... you can even paint it again. But again, no point to it. It's actually a good deal surprising that they let you change the position of that rock even after you've completed the puzzle. You know, normally, they wouldn't let you change its position around, but I suppose part of it is they don't want to give you too many hints about where it's supposed to go, so if you put it down in that location, and it were to no longer be movable, then you would know for sure that that was the right spot, and I don't think they wanted you to have that much of a hint. So, we'll pass right by the Papal. Honestly, why not fight the Papal with this team? No one hurt. No barrel here, just rocks to break and a single Phlogiston flower. Go over here then. Hi. I should actually craft some of the not one weapons sometime. So maybe remember that I actually don't have the recipe for Footprint of the Rainbow because I just haven't had any need for it. That, much like Fontaine, and honestly, I understand why they did it, though I'm not entirely happy. Just the fact that you just use plants from around the region to purchase the new crafting recipes for the blueprints for weapons instead of having to get them requests like with Inazuma and Fontaine and Sumeru. I like the way Inazuma did it the best, where each was tied to a specific area and had a bit of context. Yeah, relevant material. Repair them, Rumi. Yep, and we had to fix the mural, but we did that a long time ago. But as I was saying, I didn't like how Sumeru did it, in which they were all interchangeable and all from a single quest line, but I feel like they could have gone back to the way Inazuma did it instead of just throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Because having them connect to 2 quest lines was really cool. You know, it's definitely more player-friendly the way that they're doing it now, but quite frankly, I am not the kind of person who believes that more player-friendliness is always a good thing. It's because I'm mean and I have an evil soul. Okay. Where is... Not much nearby. Deep enough underground, then it's right there, pretty far above us. It's the Malinolco Grotto. We had to use our vision on one of those rocks to reveal the way through before. That is correct. I did not intend to do that, but the dash is a blunt attack too. You get a motorcycle ram right into the rocks. If you say so. Come on. Do wonder, they've introduced a lot of specialties in Not One. And the only one, if I recall correctly, that's actually been reused was the Quanepa. No, both Cheska and Madoka use the gray flowers from Oshikanawa, and both Citlali and Janssen use Quanepa berries, but most of the others are just one character so far. Especially since... I'm kind of glad, honestly, that when they added Lanyan, they had her use the Clearwater Jades from Xianyun. Previously, nobody was using those other than Quadratainer. So that made me a little happy. Come on, and... Engineering mural. Comes out around here. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go and fight you for no real reason. Just because we're here. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Big thing is, you have the specially shaped Saurian Search achievement, which is for beating it with various enemy forms, actually. So okay, well, never mind. Come on. Thanks. And there we go. Okay, cool. Not ideal, I suppose. Timing wasn't great for the rotation. So actually, let me check. Achievement, it's a Challenger. Challenger Series 10. Primo Geo Bishop, Jade Plume Terrashroot, Millennial Pearl Seahorse. I'm gonna wait for you to come out. Here we are. Come on. Never mind. And now you're the Yunkasor King. Okay. This is one where you turn into a seahorse, and there are multiple variants of you, if I recall correctly. Oh, specially shaped Saurian. So we'd actually already gotten the others? I guess I'm okay with that. Primo Geo Bishop, Jade Plume Terrashroom. Okay. What's interesting is that specially shaped Saurian mentioned here, it's a reference to an event where Primo Geo Bishop, Jade Plume Terrashroom, Millennial Pearl Seahorse, and the fourth was... yeah, the Pyro Regis Vine had super boss forms, which were really, really painful. Really painful. You know, I guess we could do the others, actually. If we're here. Interesting to see. Big, very empty, but it's got draconic pillars all around for some reason. What I really want to do for fun is climb out of here. Can drop down. The teleport waypoint is actually closer than that might imply. But over there then. Can drop down from above, but can also just go through the cave, and frankly, it's better. Thanks. Huh? Wait, what? There, we can do it. Okay. Thanks. Motorbike. Oh, nice. From the... What was it called again? Chicken supply? I'm gonna sound so silly. Just trying to climb out of the arena. Chicken Express, okay. Got it right. But yeah, as you can see, you can drop down from the top and with all these funny not-on abilities actually climb up as well. Is it cold where you are? Oh, well, cold for Texas. Oh, I didn't even check that. It's part of the hole. Go down here. Oh, okay, the air conditioning. Understandable. There is Ironbeard, if I recall correctly, who doesn't even have a beard. I actually feel like doing the couple of achievements for beating this guy while it's stunned, and then the 8 reflections from the Spirit Speaker. I will hold my tongue. Different expectations for sure. Do you while you're stunned. I don't. You have to understand, I live in the American Midwest. It's positively balmy here. Okay. See, we'll probably have to stun again. We don't have crazy damage on this. See another moment. Yep, and you are no longer stunned. Get you close. I wonder, if we defeated it by making it crash down, whether that would count as defeating it while it's stunned. Come on. And you're this close to death. Simply destroying the pillars, the mechanisms on the pillars, should be enough to kill. And... oh no. Yep, you have to defeat it while it's stunned. If it's so close to death that it outright dies from landing, you will not get the achievement. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's continue on our merry way. Try that again with this relatively scuffed team. Milani is not doing anything. Okay, thanks. And... enough. Get that going. Thank you. Don't want you to actually die. But honestly, I want to do probably hit and hit. Yeah, we can just use you for it. That was fun. Let's go for the big first. And this will put you in pretty much perfect range next time. Don't have the time to actually totally eliminate you now. And Nightsoul's coming. There we go. Like I said, it's got this sort of Dragon Claw transformation that only really shows up if you don't trigger its Nightsoul meter. Nightsoul rage meter. But the trailer shows 2 of those, so it implies that we'll be having a fight with 2 of these guys at once. One with a big dragon head, which is exciting. We got one. There it is. Too late for you inorganics. Defeat the secret source on top down, configuration device, what was done, so let's go. Well, we'll be approaching that area naturally, going through Tezcatepetonco anyway, so we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yeah. Down around there. Tezcatepetonco is not big, but let's see what happens. Quahacan, and then hopefully, if I'm lucky, next Sunday I can just clear out all of Oshkanawa and be done with this patches. Not on areas and just be all ready for the volcano, but it's just... This is not 100, not by a long shot. It's a good amount left. It's just unlocked a number of things that have outsized exploration progress. Contribution. Down around here, I believe. Down on that cliff portion. Should be around there. You know, I wish you could activate her skill just in midair. Feels like a really weird choice, honestly, to not let you do that, except by Night Soul transmission. I suppose it does keep her kind of balanced with other aerial abilities, especially outside of Naon, but it still feels a bit silly. Yep. Good enough for the purpose of Thank you. It's already active. You count as a target, and the arrow aggroed you. Thanks. Chaska is not perfect, and she has her weaknesses, but she really just is incredible for regularly just going around the overworld. I haven't had to do a lot of just pure enemy material farming. As of late. Did a few handguards from Qiqi and a few... Yep, and that's an investigation point, actually. Got a trash artifact. Handguards from Qiqi, and then the 4-star Porn, which is kind of for Yansan. But I also got some Spectre mats. Honestly, don't remember for what. Fair enough. But Chaska works really well for it, just because, especially for the Spectre, since she deals damage of a number of elemental types, and having to get around Spectre elemental weaknesses is one of the most annoying things. I mean, elemental immunity is one of the most annoying things about fighting and farming. Fighting and farming them. I just put Furina or Roan Bennett in the team. Sometimes I actually switch using Barbara actually for the healing eventually. But it wasn't as much of an issue as it would have been, which was quite nice. Spectres have been, well, their drop rate got buffed. I think with Fontaine release maybe? Some time ago, but used to be really, really low. They upped the drop rate. Handguards from Nobushi as well, which was also some time ago very, very low. It's still not that high, but it used to be outright atrocious. But essentially, they also decreased Spectre health. But the real crazy thing is that when Spectres were first added to the game, they were completely immune to crowd control, which was really, really insane. And it has to be stated and recognized that part of the reason that was done, it's generally considered that Spectres, since they were aerial enemies that couldn't really be crowd controlled, at least at first, and until Anconomia, there weren't pyro variants either. They were, most people agree, intended to basically be enemies for Yoimiya to fight. The Thunder Manifestation is kind of the same way, actually. Especially since you'd want to be running Yoimiya with a character like, at that time it was just Xingqiao. Someone for her to vaporize with, even though her application isn't amazing, she's not really a reaction-based carry. Which is part of why, kind of like Arlecchino, she works really well on Chevy Overload teams. Spectres were meant to be good enemies for Yoimiya to fight, and to a certain extent give Yoimiya a reason to exist. Now, what's in that paint bucket? I did not mean to use that one. I'll use this. Okay, cool. How many more dudes are going to be around here? Let's see, you're over the other way. This is smooth-bitted key. Key with a smoothly curved bit, almost like an arc. Somewhere out there, perhaps there's a door it could easily open. Perhaps. Easy. Open you. Messily bitted key. Where would we get that? Probably somewhere there. Straight bitted key. Interesting. Well, they all look the same. There's not really a difference. Check it. Oh, we gotta... Can make you stomp to reveal that chest. Let's see. Dio was good at this. And oh, the Saurians probably need to dig there. Okay. Interesting. Let's make you stomp all your feet. 5 of these blunt hits make you single foot. Consistency. Make you stomp that foot. Hi? Come on. All this animal abuse is gonna get me fears of purgatory. Come on. You're not even stomping it. Okay, I guess I have to come from a more forward angle. I honestly wish that they did actual damage to you. They just knock you around a bit. No damage. The turtles over in Sumeru, and it is especially fitting considering they make Kasiho and Natlan one of those turtles and one of the craziest local legends. It never... They deal damage to you when they hit them. They also can't be damaged. In Beta, actually, they had stupidly high resistances, but they weren't actually immune to damage. So theoretically, you could kill them with enough effort and stupidity. But... let's see where the remaining keys are. So over here and... oh, hello? How am I meant to get that? This is... someone shorter, maybe? Or... we probably have to have a Tapetwasaur grab that for us. Maybe Qiqi could just do it. No, that's not an option either. I was thinking, because until they gave you free Kachina, there was no short model character who is actually guaranteed available. But now with Kachina, they could, if they cared to, do things where just you need the short model to get into a small space you couldn't otherwise. Still, it doesn't seem like they've done it. Oh, okay. Come on. Have a few more keys around here. You're gone. Totally gone. This is actually Quahacan as well. Even though, in terms of the blacked out map portion, it looked like part of Tezcatepetonco. It's interesting how, quite frankly, inconsistent the visual map boundaries are with the data of the game. In the end, this makes more sense to be part of Quahacan than Tezcatepetonco anyway, but the game literally says that this is Tezcatepetonco if you take essentially the black and blue boundaries that show up before you get the Statue of the Seven as the sign. Not like it matters much. Question really is, where is the rest of everything going to come from? An Oculus, but maybe some of the camps up here, but it's 3 keys to unlock 3 Saurian caves. Going, and I did not expect you to hit me, but I think that might have been the first time in my life I've actually ever seen Citlali's shield that meaningfully blocks something. Big thing is, if we can, might be a matter of using one key to unlock the cage to get to the other, and so we just get up and glide down onto the Pyroculus. Okay. So then, straight bit of key should be the one over here then. One we picked up from the paint bucket, and where the rest going to come from. Smooth bitted key to open the cage. Key with a smoothly curved bit, almost like an arc, somewhere out there. Perhaps there's a door could easily open. Hello, friend. Where are you going? And you dig this up. You get stomped to get another key. Straight bitted key. Yeah, where are you headed? Trying to escape to somewhere, but I assume they're all going to gather eventually once I've freed them all. Oh, so yep, if that key out of that hole. No, I think they just ride off in the sunset. And the next set of Saurians should unlock that treasure chest, dig it out and make it available. No. It's this one right here, so they're all close to whatever they unlock. Key with extremely straight bidding somewhere out there. Perhaps there's a door could easily open. They all look the same, actually. You should get me this then. Yep, thank you. Dig that up. Interesting. Oh, but that treasure chest is not really a treasure chest. Now you're just gone. Can hear you, but we can't see you. It is interesting that it's still actually showing on the map. I wonder if that will disappear when the area is reloaded. Messily bitted key, a key with worn teeth that look quite messy after many years of action. Perhaps requires a bit of technique to actually use. Are we gonna have to hit the cage? No, it still just opens. So what is our final reward going to be? Oh. You've shown up now that we've freed your captives. Time for a fight. Hello there. Thank you. Get going. Should get a chest from this then. Yeah, simple enough. It's fun. Nothing too complicated. Rope bound multi-purpose barrel. Other chest is up top. What's interesting is that it seems to have been detecting the chest with no rewards that opened up for nothing and just gave us that key as a chest for the purpose of the treasure compass, which is interesting. Alright, well, got that through. Oh, and now, actually, they're all partying. Good for them. Cute enough. So in that case... Ah! Now that they're all here, see, I got another chest for us. It's cute. Big thing is... there's another little hidey hole here that is not really connected to anything. I wonder if there's going to be some kind of reward for it, because there's a hidey hole here too. But... that might be some kind of exploration objective that I've Just missed. But somehow I got it. The big thing is... go into the warp pipe. Which, again... I'm actually surprised that only Chaska can use those. Because Mavica can actually interact with the infinite Phlogiston balls that are mostly for Mavica. I mean, mostly for Chaska, which is most interesting to me for the specific reason that Mavica's got her own flight limit bar, separate from... We shouldn't go here yet, actually. This is Quahacan, and I'm gonna get all turned around if I go here now. Yeah. Mavica's got her own flight limit bar, so even if she's got infinite Phlogiston, she has to stop flying. Though she can actually use that just for biking, but it is what it is. Okay. Thing is, well, say we could go around the cliffside, but again, there's really not much. We gotta go through the rest of this over here, and really we just kill all the enemies and we'll be fine. I do honestly want to see eventually if the island over here in the middle of the bay with the two chairs can be... if anything can be obtained there, if you've got two people to sit in them. I don't know. Anything here? And again, just... nothing seems to be from that hidey hole. That rock does not give any special insight into it either. Shame, really. It is what it is. It's part of the cliff. This is where it... well, it's all Quahacan technically, but this is where it really becomes Quahacan. Unambiguously Quahacan. Really do wonder, of course, what the volcano is going to be like exploring. Because there were a few Kukasaurs in the trailer, which implies some Kukasaur mechanics in the same way that a little bit of Kahoasaur around here, but see how that ends up in practice. And of course, just whatever's in the underground archaeology in the volcano. Well, that reminds me of Splatoon. Main thing is, of course, that there are going to be multiple World Quest only story boss encounters, and I'm excited to see how those turn out. So we've got the secret space. Part of this, I suppose, is going to be talking with... check. Let me see something. Okay. Part of it's going to be talking with people in Masters of the Island settlement, but... right, and back over here is our Chamber of Weaving. We did this little thing already. Yeah. There's a bit of already treaded ground, but again, trying to be thorough and make sure I've got everything in here before I move on. And really, there's got to be something up with these little dragon statues. So they show up as physics objects under elemental sight, but there's no obvious way to interact with them. Can't really push them, can't really do anything with them. Let me see. What do they do? Can't sit on them. I don't imagine Qiqi would be able to grab them. Yeah, There's no obvious purpose to them, but they're showing up under elemental sight, which is generally something that only happens for things with some degree of exploration interactivity. It's an interesting choice. It's got some Yunkasors around here for the specific reason that there's a playing around a puzzle we already did nearby. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Guess we could go into the Chamber of Weaving, but again, not really a point to it. Went over here, a few more signs of the canopy guys well outside their normal range. He's already gone. I do appreciate that. You know, it's nothing to really write home about, but it's a meaningful contribution. The fact that Citlali can at least technically do damage, as opposed to pretty much every other shielder. Yeah, Layla can kind of count, but it is really not her purpose. She's not great at it. Thank you. And here we are. Do a quick little Milani jump. I find it interesting that the Spirit Sconce is both a 2D segment that always faces you, to an extent, and then the 3D pedestal that does actually move. An interesting decision, and kind of funny that you go up all that way. The real crazy thing about Milani, honestly, is the fact that she maintains her Night Soul even when you're gliding. Especially since most of that just leads to it depleting faster than you would like. Okay, already did this. This was a... You had to arrest the movement of the statue. It might just be that certain statues are always physics objects. What's really interesting is that even when the paintings can no longer be moved around as objects, they still show up under elemental sight. Rings are gone now. Okay. The area is nice. Graffiti everywhere is fun, especially since it's the purples, pinks, and blues are very noticeably distinct from the rest of Nalan graffiti. Yeah, I've done pretty much everything here already, so... At this point, it's just double checking, which isn't the worst, but... Not the same as actually... And we got you up there. No, I've already got that, but let's check that balloon. There were enemies there originally, if I recall correctly. Let's see if they've... Yep, they've come back. Hello there. I'm going to kill you again. But like I've said, I really do wonder what the gimmick for no trust gonna be. I think I've said already that it'd be fun if it was perfect dodges or perfect parries or some level of that. Active defense is a universal mechanic, or at least more of a more common of a mechanic. They put in the perfect dodge and parry local legends with the first Not One patch, and they brought back parry combat in the story boss fights in Mikawa, which does make me think that they are considering it for future usage again, but there's only so much you can say without actually being glad. It honestly would fit pretty well with the fact that this game is maybe trying to edge in on a more niche audience, which, I don't know, for better or worse. But, you know, in the end, you know, I have not played Wuwa, but I know that it does have perfect parries and perfect dodges, but it's still perfectly possible if you cannot or will not engage with those mechanics to circumvent them with pure brute force and stats. So, I could see it happening. But I don't know. Oh, but those weaving chambers, and that's right there by the another weaving chamber. Okay. Again. Not much left around here. Got a couple of chests around here, I believe. Left of here, and then it's just the coast, which, again, I've mostly already done. This camp, again, mostly already done, then talking to people in the settlement. And it still only detects this one up here. Okay. Suit yourself. I do appreciate that there was a little objective to rescue a number of colored Monitu around here, and then you get to splatter the wall with paint. I like that it stays, so you just do it again, and that's right, you know, if we're here. Let's do this challenge again. Hi. This one is actually wretched. Legitimately. It took me so many attempts to get a perfect score on this one. And of course, it's really best done using an Iktomi sword proper because it's the kind of thing that incentivizes using the larger hitbox. And hello. Be able to pick that up. Drift down slowly. Get that back. Thank you. Gotta go back and forth and plunges will help. And and that's what's always so aggravating, that if you're moving at all, your jump will go up at an angle and miss a number of them. For this one, an Iktomi sword is the best by far. I tried using Oron instead of Citlali, but he doesn't have as good control, as good of a turning radius on his glide. Because he doesn't have really a glide proper. Past a certain point, he just has... Well, he doesn't have a special Nightwind glide. As a normal glide. Okay. And thank you. I got that as well. And we got a plunge down to get... We did get that. Good. Good. It's tough. Yeah, Orone's turning radius is wont to lead to grabbing things you don't want to grab. Genuinely one of the most nail-biting warriors challenges in the game. That, and then eventually it starts making you actually jump between platforms. That's where it gets tough. Okay. Oh, baby. Oh my goodness, and we have already failed. Yeah, we'll get every coin, but it's not a perfect score. But in the end, this is purely proof of concept. It doesn't matter all that much. I've already gotten the max score at one point or another. Okay, okay. And we can actually just stay still. And that's where Citlali is actually nice to have, because she doesn't have to move back and forth like an Iktomi sword would. Got all the coins, but this is not the highest possible score because we hit one of the evil balloons. As you can see, missed 100, lost 150 by taking the purple orb. Oh well. I mean, again, it's done at a foreign gauntlet of awards. It's here. I wanted to do it again. Felt like it. Famous work to have color or go without. Yeah, and you can just... coat the wall. It was pretty high, too. Yeah, but there's a limit. They disappear, but... you can do that. Holy Splatoon. Yeah, I can't imagine there wasn't at least a little bit of Splatoon on the mind when adding ink mechanics to Not Run. No purpose to this. But I guess we'll hunt the capybara. Sorry. Not really. What is really surprising is that they only drop one meat. That most animals of their size in this game drop multiple. Okay. Let's keep going. It's nice just to float around. Here we are. Oh well. They hit you. Falling all the way down. Took a good deal of fall damage. Okay, cool. Genai. Mostly in Quahacan and Ushkanawan now. Yeah, and of course, next patch we'll also get the final Blazing Flint ore for real C6 Traveler. It is funny to me that, you know, technically C6 Traveler's base, it's just not really C6. Or in that the Blazing Flint ores do not technically unlock the constellations, but unlock additional effects for the constellation. Which is such a hilarious degree of splitting hairs. There's another leaving portal down there. Of course, we've already done all that. Thank you, and did one fall down, or am I seeing things? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, come on. Grab up to you. Fly up top. And thank you. And interesting. Keep getting those bonus jumps. Okay. Where did we get that jump boost? It was in that little crevice, right? Again, it's just... don't need the mushrooms, but they're here and I feel like collecting them. Alright. Yep, and that's that little nook we saw before. Again, it just... nothing seems to exist in conjunction with them. Don't seem to have any purpose. 13,300 points for one of those challenges. Right. It is interesting that all of the Flower Feather challenges largely take place at Tezcatepetonco. They've even got their flight school here. That it's very much a shared area, in a way that is not true of other Nolan areas from 5.0. It is interesting that every Not One patch cycle has had essentially an area that does not really belong to a tribe, in that, to be fair, Basin, this portion of Basin is, since it's got the Kukasaur Tyrant, kind of Flower Feather territory, arguably. But it's got some kind of neutral territory. That said, Ushkanawan itself has heavy Flower Feather connections, to the point that the closest thing to a Flower Feather clan questline, world questline, is probably Ushkanawan's questline. Especially with all the flying you do in it, but... it's got some Itomisaur stuff too, but it's definitely got a bias towards Kukasaur stuff because you've already got all the big Night Soul Graffiti stuff and a number of other quests for Itomisaur abilities already. Oop. Felt the game stutter a little. Okay, we went to previously. Some chests with capybaras. Okay. Let me think. Let me think. Do I want to handle this? Okay. And you. Okay. Will we be able to get something to jump up there? Yeah, and we were previously able to move this rock around. Not the pants. Yeah, and if you don't have the stamina, it doesn't even shoot anything. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Take that, and go up to you. Oh my goodness. Okay. Where are you headed? How about you? Drift down close enough for us to actually hit you. Thanks. Not that it's all that important. Thanks. Cool. Oh, but that's right. If I'm here, honestly, maybe I should fight Real Eye again today. What's the rest of this? Yeah. We're cutting through. And yeah. Talk to the people. Fight a few more. Good enough. Just to run a little faster. The Citlali run is amusing. Oh, I don't think I noticed this sign before. What's going on with that? Another. Nice. One of these mushrooms getting accumulated, but it doesn't seem like there's any character who needs them. And we... No, there's a sign, but it can't be read. I wonder if this is going to be quest-related eventually. Question is just, where is Aoife going to show up? Apparently, and of course I haven't really done a lot of investigation on the Flower Feather Glen settlement, but apparently he has a house there already, with a known location. Good wind current that has no clear purpose. Still gives jump boost. Okay. Thank you. Start your shield up yet, please. Then start to grow. Alright, never mind. Come on. And here we go. Knocked you out, more or less. Took a bit of damage pass out though, too. Thanks. There we go. And it's just a tiny bit of Mora. Those being investigation points is still so interesting to me. It's certainly a choice. Thank you. Jump up. Good you. Ouch! Ouch! Get down here. Thank you. No particle though. It... Nothing else, I suppose. This is a nice way to get more soaring things, but... really not in particular need. Uemado onegai. Go up. It wouldn't let me place it there. Now we can't. Okay. Thank you. All these ways to get up the top of these cliffs. It... Various transport options being tied to spirit speaking is fun. You wouldn't really expect it to be an ability with any movement aspect to it, but being able to spawn updrafts and get a speed boost is just such a fun choice to me. Makes it work.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you doing? Thank you for the follow. I am poking around the rest of Tezcatepetonco Range because I'm trying to just clear out the 5.2 Not 1 areas in advance of the volcano coming out next patch. How are you? Nice to meet you. Anything you're up to? Anything you want advice or assistance about or with? Always happy to be of assistance. Yeah, just riding around with a number of Not 1 characters showing off their fun little exploration abilities. And I don't remember this glowing. No, but this is all done. Can't interact with this anymore. Get back up top. There should be a few more chests around here. And honestly, if we're in the area, we could fight Qiqi. And what is your question? This about team building, lore, fortune telling? Either way, I'm happy to... Oh, it... Because I've been playing this game for 4 years. Also, I purchased Welcome Moon and Battle Pass. That's really about it. The game is essentially built around a kind of... I'm not a whale, but... There are actually only 6 characters that I don't have. Most of them from around when I started playing. Started playing when Eula first came out in May of 2022, I believe. Yeah. I actually didn't get her then. I got her when Valorium came around. Still haven't leveled her to 90 because she's just not good, but understandable. Well, in that case, luck is an option. Vanessa? Wait, who? No, Eula's not Vanessa. Vanessa's not in the game yet. She might never be in the game. She's kind of dead. But... Wait, which... Do you mean Eula, or... Yeah, it... Honestly, that is kind of funny to me, because... Shenhe and Eula, people made jokes about Shenhe... Which... Wait, Mavica? Oh, Mavica, or... Oh, Aloy. Yeah, she was available for 2 patches in total. She is technically the 17th Inazuma patch cycle character, but she's kind of easy to forget about. She's terrible. She's honestly horrible. And the one thing that might make her kind of usable is essentially when you toss her Isco out and spawn the bombs, you can actually group them with Anemo or some other vortex to make them all hit enemies more easily. But specifically, there's a cooldown on her coil stacks to prevent you from using that to trigger her infusion. So they deliberately made her almost unusable for the one thing she might be kind of good for. And as a result, she has no purpose. She is... Okay. Don't worry about it. She's a worse Yoimiya. And Yoimiya isn't even good. Yoimiya is not even good. And it makes sense, because Aloy was free. But Aloy wasn't just free. Aloy was and is basically useless. Which is sad, especially since I know some people who actually are... I know a guy who is a pretty big Horizon fan who used to play this game. I don't know if he was excited for Aloy to get added. But I do feel kind of bad for him that Aloy ended up being pretty much completely useless. She can actually... If you say Kaza, Xianyun, and Bennett with her, she can kind of work, but Kaza, Xianyun, and Bennett with anyone will make anyone work. I suppose as long as they have elements that can react with them, but you know what I mean. It's... Yeah. Well, As in her normal string? I actually have used Yoimiya in Abyss a few times to decent effect. Yoimiya isn't bad, but she is one of the few limited characters. She's up there, or should I say down there, with Eula, Qiqi, Albedo, in terms of, to be fair, part of Albedo being good is that Shorty power crept in pretty hard. As long as you have a construct in the party, and at C1 power creeps him entirely. Limited characters who honestly could be moved to the standard banner without too much loss, without it feeling too crazy. The real thing for me is just... Let's take you out. What are all of these little dragon statues? All these promontories. Yep. Special Nightwind sight doesn't seem to do anything with them, and they don't even show up under normal elemental sight, so it's unclear what, if anything, they'll ever do. But essentially, someone in chat earlier was talking about how in Star Rail pretty soon they're going to make it so that you can select certain early 5 stars as your 50-50 loss options. And they asked, okay, if they did that for Genshin, who would they add? And I said, well, I don't know if they do that for anyone except maybe Qiqi, Albedo, or Eula, because unlike Star Rail, where power creep is Yoimiya is 5-star. The 6 characters who I don't have are Qiqi, Ayaka, Kokomi, Ito, Ayato, and Nilou. And 4 of the 6 of those are Inazuma characters, because I started playing around a little before Inazuma came out, and when Inazuma characters were coming out, I was more focused on getting older characters who I liked, but sometimes these guys dig up treasure chests. Very rarely. I'll use blunt attacks with a claymore or something like that to make them drop their foot. They cannot damage you. They will stagger you, though. But Yoimiya also, since she does so many hits that are individually weak and doesn't have a great elemental application rate, unlike a lot of characters like Milani, like Hutao or Mavika, she isn't really based around Vaporize, which means that, kind of like Arlecchino, though, actually, as a result, you can run her with, say, Chevy, who is a character based around running specifically Pyro and Electro-only teams and buffing from Overload, without losing much from not having access to Vaporize, because she's not really going to be triggering Vaporizes all that often. They won't be doing great damage. I would say that it might be me. It has been me in the past. But unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, it's actually been a pretty good day for my Wi-Fi. So, I do apologize, and I hope your situation ameliorates sometime soon. Come on. It's just 5 Claymore hits will do it. But it really is just a question of, are any of you gonna dig a chest up? Are you European? For whatever reason, half of everyone who ever shows up in my chat is European. And they do end up getting a good amount of lag because, one, far away, 2, European internet. Now, not to be derogatory, but I've heard things about European internet. Okay. Come on, and I guess you're not stopping because you're on a slope. Yeah, exactly. If you stopped, you might actually slide a bit. Okay. Welcome back to the world of the living.
Yeah.
But I imagine you've seen Aoife at this point, maybe. It's gonna be interesting to see what his point and purpose is, because the streets are saying he's probably going to be a 4-star for various reasons. But to be fair, besides Kachina, and even Kachina's pretty good, not one 4 stars have not been bad. I'd like for him to get a bit more story focus as a character who's been hyped up as much as he has. But it'll be interesting to see what he does. One idea I've heard people talk about, which is interesting, is that he might be sort of like Chaska in the sense of incentivizing teams with 4 different elements as an Anemo and then 3 swirlable elements. And why is this leg not going? I guess this is a load-bearing leg. But more for sort of actual reaction spam damage instead of... I guess I just had it hit from behind. I mean, not that it mattered much either way, but... in a sort of opposite ways, Chaska's whole deal is... you know, she gets reactions, but her damage is not coming from the reactions. It's coming from... you know, just her attack value hits. It is interesting, though, because that might make him a good team partner for Mizuki, who is based around doing swirl damage as her source of damage. Which... when I see people make Mizuki teams, generally they do it in a way that's really weird to me, in that the whole thing about Mizuki is that when she uses her skill, she buffs the whole team's swirl damage, which means you actually kind of want to run her with another Anemo, which is usually going to be, you know, Sucrose if you're on budget, but depending on the enemies you're fighting, whether they can be crowd controlled easier or not as easy, either Venti or Kaza, and they get swirls and pretty good damage from their own swirls because you're buffing their swirl damage too. They deal more swirls than she does, making better use of her buff than she does. And then you're also getting her swirls in as well, and then 2 other characters react, hopefully ones who can different elements. So what I ran was Ororone, Fiorina, and then either Venti or Kazo with her. And that worked pretty darn well. So you were getting a lot of swirls off. They were dealing rather capable damage. And the swirls themselves were triggering electrocharge reactions for even more damage. You know, high elemental mastery electrocharged for pretty good damage. But when I saw people trying to theorycraft Mizuki, and this might have been part of why they thought she was kind of awful, though to be fair, the beta dialogue may have made them kind of ignore or not really consider her buffing other party members' swirls and be able to run someone else swirling, like, again, Kazo or Venti, to benefit from her buff and deal pretty gnarly swirl damage. They just have other characters. Hello, Venom JG. I saw you follow, actually, a few days before when I was offline. What are you saying about C6 Fiorina? Just... the last time, though it's probably changed with Mavica coming out, nice to actually meet you, though. That, for a while, C6 Fiorina on a Xianyun plunge team was the damage ceiling in the game. And they tested it out in a really funny way, too, in that they tested it out on a specific world boss. And I'm wondering if one of you can guess which boss that was. The reason will probably be a bit obvious in retrospect, because the entire point was being able to test how much damage was dealt number-wise without having to worry about killing the boss too early. As in for an entire rotation, because you can test the damage of a single hit pretty darn easily, but you know, you're going to deplete an enemy's health bar. But very specifically, the point was to avoid that, and the test was done on the Perpetual Mechanical Array, actually. Because when the Perpetual Mechanical Array is spawning its adds, it is completely unkillable. It's not invincible, and it will take and show damage, but you can't kill it until you kill its adds and get it back into its vulnerable state. So if you're trying to just test absolute DPR, damage per rotation, you go with that boss, and you just keep spamming whatever you spam. So Xianyun with C6 Fiorina and... oh, and then... I believe it... yeah, it would have been with Bennett and Zhongling, I believe. Well, they might have used Kaza. I don't know. The big thing is... it was some kind of Xianyun, Zhongling to a Fiorina to Vape, C6 Fiorina plunge team. And for a while, at least, last people really did serious checks, that was the game's damage ceiling. If I'm going through the area, I may as well fight Xicoatl. What is nice especially is that Chaska is the best option against them, and of course I'm not running a real team. I don't know what determines specifically whether Chocolate uses... Technically, this is Soythoth. I don't care. What determines whether Soythoth uses its 4 Void Ball attack or its... Oh my goodness. How'd that happen? Whatever. Come on, come on. We need to knock you down before you explode. Thank you, thank you. That was narrowly almost dangerous. But, oh, that determines whether it does its sword slam, which is really easy to dodge. Or the 4 void balls, which is very difficult to dodge, and also has a very good chance of just, oh, dealing a big amount of damage to you via its attrition. Attrition is a very interesting mechanic, I will say. Because it is really, in a way, just the logical evolution of Rifthound Corrosion, but it's interesting as well, and of course that can be dodged too, because we're cracked. Thank you. Let me see it. Oh, come on. Stalling out my Shaska. Just go and die. But, did a good amount of damage here regardless, and this big beam is similar to a number of Souls attacks. Calamite has a beam like that. It's some other Dark Souls 3 enemy, if I recall correctly, is like that too. I don't remember. Come on. Use that now. But it really is just a... Oh, that can't target. Oh, that's crazy. Goes right through the shield. This is a fun boss. I really do find it interesting from a mechanical perspective. How in response to a lot of people saying, I don't want Traveler to just be a... Oh, cameraman, effectively. I want Traveler to do stuff. They made Pyro Traveler meaningfully strong in a single boss fight. But that's not even actually bad, because it is meaningfully strong in that boss fight. Because, oh goodness, I've tried to run Xianyun and Qiqi for my weeklies in order to gather friendship experience, and it isn't all that bad, but it isn't all that bad for Arlecchino and for the whale. Because you aren't really forced to use specific mechanics, or at the very least, I just slotted Nuvia and Fiorina with Xianyun and Qiqi, so Xianyun and Qiqi can get the experience for Arla, and that's perfectly fine. But, oh goodness. And then for Whale, it's something like Citlali and Mavica. But for this fight, you need Night Soul. And the attrition does so much damage that running Citlali and Mavica, they just get killed. But if you... So what I actually put in is this Shangui and Pyro Traveler. And it takes some time, but Pyro Trav is healing to counter the attrition, decently fast Night Soul application to counter the Void Wards. It actually is pretty darn good at the intended purpose. But of course, that's the only thing it really is good for. Which, honestly, they're never going to make a Pyro Traveler, a Traveler that is just universally good everywhere. The closest thing we got was Dendro Traveler being pretty useful just because Dendro is good, or... It is interesting that when Shaska came out, in 5.2, they didn't nerf Dendro reactions, but they increased the damage of every other transformative reaction in a way that was very pointedly meant to decrease the dominance of Dendro, but Shaska's damage a bit, as reactions are not a crazy part of her personal damage. But she gets a pretty good amount of them because of the way her hit works, and her element spam. And it helped her. It wasn't crazy for her, but it did help her. And it was plainly meant to... It was a buff to everything else except Dendro, and then, well, Swirl Vaporize, but... Swirl, Vaporize, and Melt did not exactly need the help. And now you have Qiqi for Swirl, so what are you gonna do? So Dendro's now a little worse by comparison, but only by comparison. And then, of course, enemy HP has increased, as would in any game with power creep. So it's... Dendro was indirectly nerfed, though it's not It's not bad. I will say, and I do actually quite like this, that characters like Qiqi and Emily, and the existence of the Papilla, Tempers, Mimesis, and just, to an extent, Gesoythoth, and the Void Wards in general, incentivizing, you know, high rates of hits, high rates of application, which is very specifically good for burning. Because burning does a whole lot, it doesn't have crazy application of pyro, but it's doing a lot of pyro elemental hits in a short duration, which makes it, you know, other than Chaska, I suppose. It's either Chaska or Qiqi, which is the best options for breaking those Night Soul-oriented Void Wards. I do find it very funny, of course. You've got... Emily honestly needs Qiqi more than Qiqi needs Emily. That when Yansun comes out next patch, she is, among other things, going to be one of the few ways to actually somewhat reliably use Scroll on a Qiqi team. And then it becomes a question of, okay, because as of right now, the best Qiqi team is, depending on how you define it, either going to be Qiqi, Emily, Bennett, and Dia, or Qiqi, Emily, Bennett, and Zhongling. You can kind of fit in Pyro Traveler in there, but the issue is that... Oh... In terms of... A Burning Aura basically just counts as Pyro, meaning that a Scroll holder... Scroll Hero Cinder City holder, which is Pyro, does not have an ability to reapply the buff if they're just hitting an enemy with burning on it. You have to wait till the enemy dies or burning totally goes away, which is hard unless you're purposely stalling out your rotations. And at that point, it is just a DPS loss. But Yansun, I believe, has a bit more ability to get rid of that, because she can, you know, get rid of the pyro by overloading it, you know, if only to buff up again. And it gives her some purpose. But she can do quick and react with Dendro in order to buff Qiqi to Scroll, but the question is who you might switch out. And apparently she is a DPS increase for those teams. You know, how much of one, it remains to be seen, but apparently she is an upgrade. And then, of course, she's great for Varsa. Okay. We got, let's see how much more in Tezcatepetonco we can do, and what do you know? It's a budding cold Wayob manifestation. Hi! I actually, oh my goodness. Come on. It's actually 3-0. Then, it's burst, and, well, never mind. Come on. Thank you. Getting frozen there was not fun. But really, if I timed things better, I probably could have just killed with maybe the burst straight up. Yeah, the fact that that shattered instead of melted is unpleasant. Yeah, because that does make Mavica the odd pyro character who in most situations explicitly does not want Hydro on her team. It's interesting. Check, and yeah, 194. I'll definitely be able to, it's like where the rest of the area, get Talwa Detona to 40, which will be the new next patch as soon as next patch drops. Which is nice. So on Friday, probably, Quahacan is tiny. Should be able to clear that out in no real time, and then Friday will do movies in Quahacan, and then Sunday will just be Oshkanalan, which it's big. It's kind of deceptively big. Or it looks bigger than it actually is, just because of how busy that portion of the map is, but it's not really that big. Okay. Let me take you out then. A few more dudes around here. Let me think. This Animo Hilitrol Ranger. Oh, you got a potted plant. Oh, now I feel mean. That was your thing. Let's actually go for the burst. Not that much to lose. Well, you're a dog? You're gone. Oh, you... Oh, goodness. Yeah, this Pyrohilitral Ranger is taking care of a dog. Wondered if that implies that it was recently transformed from a human, or what then? Let me think. Much to consider. Thank you, thank you. Around there, and yeah, it's just... Yep. Or maybe, I suppose, the more grim implication that it killed the owner of the dog, and I suppose stole the dog. Don't know if I want to think about that. Okay. Get that all going. Come on. Thank you, thank you. You're kidding, you're kidding. Go down here and... Also nothing, also nothing. So we can use you. Yeah, but exactly, the dash costs way too much on land to be worth using as a primary mode of locomotion to speed things up. So it's Citlali's house around here. Darn close to the Spirit Speaker Cave. A bit more over this way, we got a real eye, we got... So this little bit, more or less, is what's left. Still only takes me to talk to the people, but... It's just... How much more can be left? So we ran into that Wayob, which is honestly a little annoying to detect too, but it is what it is. Interesting. Can get that mushroom. Come on, come on. Okay. Again, it's... The only thing it's good for is making that strength potion, which I have no intention of actually using. But, oh well. And it's... Citlali's house. Jeff, we'll get some crystals around here. Oh, now it's going over that way. By the Scorchwind Trial Grounds, but yeah, there does not seem to be much left. Yeah, exactly. You're supposed to color this one to look like the bird. We did that some time ago. Okay. Cool. Do the event, and then right up over there, and that's that Wayob manifestation. So now we can actually drop off of the books, which is fun. Let's mark down what I might want to short. Got that arrow there. Okay. And Citlali's bedroom. Faint sound of Citlali's snoring comes from within. Wake up. She drank again last night. Pom thinks she should leave the books on the table. She wouldn't want us to wake her. Wake up! Lazy. A few books there. Yeah, very Inazuman pattern. No longer go through there, and that's where the mural was before. Put down your own books. Just put them here. Should probably write a message, so I might not even notice them in all this mess. Pawn finds a piece of paper and thinks for a moment before writing a note. That's cute. Of you. Citlali, we found the books you were looking for. You were sleeping when we got here and we didn't want to wake you. Maybe drink a little less next time. Yeah. Yeah. The sound of Citlali's snoring comes from within. I wonder if I should compare her house music to the music for her character trailer. I haven't watched the character trailers as reliably as I used to, and the Wii motifs get used decently often enough that I feel like I should keep track of them. That we have I just remember that in Yoimiya's second story quest, they had Blossoms of Summer Night's motif as part of the music for the cutscene where you ride on the star with her. And it was really cool to see that pointed out, but the only reason I recognize Yoimiya's character trailer theme was that they had it as one of the playable songs in the Ito rhythm event that had happened relatively recently at that point, which is interesting. Gus has stayed, and again, it's interesting how they've got health bars and all, but they don't have active hitboxes. There's no way to actually fight them, because even if I were to go up with Chaska and shoot them right in the face, they don't have an active hitbox to aggro. There's sometimes you can go to certain spots and they'll start aggroing, but they exist solely to essentially indwell, so you can use their flight ability. It's probably why you can't actually fight them, because if you could, you know, they can't put a sconce in mid-air with no ground. And to be fair, I think it's kind of a self-imposed limitation, to be frank. If they hadn't done that, they could easily have just put spirit sconces in mid-air. But yeah, because if we were able to kill them, then the spirit sconce would be in mid-air. And I wonder if that would make the game crash. Yeah, but there's no real way to test that. And yeah, again, a spot that will, I imagine, will be accessible once they add the volcano next patch. Really is a lot that's not one proper, that I've had a big chunk of the corner here when they add the volcano, and it's going to be entirely separate too. It's not the volcano, but they'll have to add it when they add the volcano. Alright, we got another one of those Chaska chest challenges up here. Use the horn to blow it, but you can already get up there. Mataga, left, right, in peril. Right. Same as putting none. It's allowed. The Gus are already here, so there's no point to doing it again. It won't make any difference. Wait, it zooms in, but it doesn't make anything appear that wasn't already there. Okay. Here we go. So is Mataga leaving it for himself, or is it his dad leaving it for him? Because I know the dad shows up at the end of that quest. Done this already. Let's do it again. Unwavering faith. Let's see how this goes. Here's the infinite Phlogiston. Just chase after you. Again, I wonder, when Aoife comes out, Flower Feather, and an Anemo character like Chaska, a lot of people, myself included, were expecting him to be like Pyro. It really is interesting that the Flower Feather clan is the Anemo tribe. I mean, is the Pyro tribe, but both of its playable characters are going to be Anemo. Its Saurian is Pyro, but its abilities revolve around flight specifically. And what is interesting is that, yeah, their Wayob is Pyro. Everything about them is Pyro except their two playable characters who are both Anemo. That said, it is known, it is a known quantity from the description of Mavika's Claymore that Nalin has a lost tribe, which I imagine to be an Anemo tribe by process of elimination, and the fact that we have had basically no mention of Vanessa anywhere in Nalin. You know, Mavika mentions Venti a little at the end of her story quest, but nothing is said about Vanessa, and it's very conspicuous of an absence. The Marajavari is very specifically a windless land, and we got everything back score again. Nice. Which is also by process of elimination. It's probably going to be around here based on missing terrain. Placeholder terrain probably going to be added in 3.7 or maybe 3.8. We might not get a summer area this year. We might just get the Yeah, the Marjavari having Mondstadt connections, being specifically windless, there being a missing 7th tribe, and that tribe, you know, the missing 7th element for Nolan Saurians being Animo. Of course, that raises the question of whether there is a Animosaurian, if there ever was one. You know, maybe it was just the Kukasaurus. You know, is it gone? Was it erased from Irminsul? Did they all just die out? It's interesting to think about how that might happen. Soaring Saurian. The catching slogan, right. That balloon up there was previously a big house balloon. But after we did its associated quest, it turned into a normal one. Soaring Saurian is open all day. If you wish to join Mitaga's special training, come lift off from the Soaring Saurian. Note up with serious rigorous training down with sloth and slacking. Didn't know they hated the Pokemon slacking so much. Kinda sad. It's about today and be as trash tomorrow. Only those who push forward boldly shall truly know greatness as Saurian riders. Though it was just about blasting the Lord. An apple and... Yeah, when the balloon was a house balloon, there were a number of prompts to interact with various apples and other fruits, but if you try to pick them up, then Mitaga, who's actually just a little kid, actually, just yell at you. Because they're for a Saurian, it's not you. What I do find interesting, of course, is just the fact that soon to be Aoife, presumably, and to a lesser extent Malvika, she does have a bit of a dragon motif on her bike, are the only not one playable characters with... Yeah, because presumably Kakuku will just fly Aoife around. And, well, that isn't even an Aquati yet, so yeah, as of right now, the only not one character who does anything even close to just actually riding a dragon as part of her kit is Malvika. Which is honestly kind of strange. Maybe it wouldn't have made all that much sense for Kinich. I don't know. He could just grapple and spin around on a Yunkasaur. Though, to be fair, it's very ambiguous as to what Ahau is specifically. The quest down here implies that he's some kind of AI, so, you know, is he a Yunkasaur AI, or is he just, you know, a Dendrosaurian AI that is also not a Yunkasaur? Open the Pocket Flying School, what do you do here? Well, cadets and certain guidance and help they need. Things have changed a lot, you know. Back in the day, students could expect that kind of tender, loving care. Then there was this one time where the coach was a little strict with her boards, and student question just happened to have quite a temper. Science, it's not a fun one to talk about. Our teaching policy has been shaking up since then. I mean, nobody slaps a smiling face, nobody hates compliments, am I right? Right, and this was a quest with the Saurian smuggler who kidnapped that kid. And now the school's all good. Be off then, here's to a pleasant day, and... Yeah, again, I do find it funny that, you know, Malvika can interact with the infinite Phlogiston nodes, but since she has a limit on her flight beyond Nightsoul and Phlogiston, it's just... Okay, congratulations, you can ride your bike forever. But it lasts so little, I wonder if it also just specifically doesn't work on the bike, too. That might be the case. Okay. Go around here, we should go top, maybe. See a bit of this, a bit of that. That's where Mitaga is. Again, that cave over there was... I believe that was one where I got to the final weaving chamber, but it seems to have loaded in weirdly and just looks like straight up sky. But as I was saying, yeah, this is also part of that Saurian school quest. You can see it's where the kid got kidnapped and he had to sneak past a bunch of watchful Ictomisaurs as an Ictomisaur. You can even see all the Saurian crackers from where the boy was kept, because he was also kept with his Saurian. That's right. Thank you. What I do find interesting, and it's kind of funny because it makes him feel kind of 4-star, is that not one characters don't automatically regenerate stamina in their movement modes. That Yelan, for example, regenerates stamina during her movement mode. I think Scarra does too. But when you're in a special movement mode as, you know, any not one character really, you don't regenerate stamina. see up here. This is relatively close to where... Right, we got the Night Soul Totem for Spirit of the Fallen Dawnstar, but... Really, this is not somewhere we want to go at the moment. Just see... Any more chests around? Yep, there's one right over here. Good thing we checked. And there's another quest here doing the Saurian Poachers, so... Again, good that I went back and checked. And of course, it didn't look like this when that happened. This is a different layout that only shows up when that quest is not active. It does interest me how many areas of varied layouts due to various quests and others. One thing that is interesting, what I find interesting as well, is that you can get some Saurian warriors as NPC allies in one of the weaving chambers specifically. You can spawn them in, and they make that Saurian emblem appear before doing special attacks. But it doesn't seem like anyone has tested whether they count as Night Soul imbued, because use them to fight a Wayob manifestation. So at least in theory, they might be able to have some Night Soul attacks that are better at taking down the Wayob shield. But it's just... that would honestly be a bit of a nightmare to test. To be totally frank. There, oh, we finally got a Knighted Treasure Hunter too. Max that out and open 160 chests in Tezcatepetonco Range, Quahacan Cliff, and Qiqi. Bunch of Monatu, 12 of those, 160 now. Keep track of that. 10 open world time trial challenges. Okay. So these pick up that Oculus. Yeah, pretty good view of the placeholder terrain version of the volcano. Trailer had a good view of those sky islands and implied that they were meant to be done with Kukasaurs, and you can kind of see a big hole in the mountain straight ahead of where I'm looking. Apparently that's where Collective of Plenty's settlement is going to be. Pretty big lead-up area to the volcano itself, so yeah. A lot is going to get added around here, so I wonder if it's going to be Tezcatepetonco Stadium. Well, not Stadium, because that cuts off at this corner, actually, I believe. Turns to Toyak here, turns to Tezcatepetonco. So the question is, how much of what they add to reach the volcano is going to be Tezcatepetonco, how much is going to be Toyak, and how much is going to be, as it's called, Atokpan, which I believe means upon fertile land in Nahuatl, which is, if I recall correctly, the language of the Aztec, or the Mexica, before, of course, the arrival of Europeans to Latin America. Let me just keep on looking, That's where we snuck through. Is there anything up here, or... Nah. What's the next closest chest? It's... right around there. The real question is, of course, how I'm going to get the... how many oculi are left in this version? I want to try to get all the oculi before next version starts, but... see how that goes. Scareta, yep, already tired. We moved away too far and she did not get that. As you can see inside this little cave, there are 3 Monatu in that cave that you have to capture in all. Inside it a little, but you can't actually drop down. Just a hint as to its existence. Have to grab another Monatu to actually get inside. So let's see if that works well with Chaska, actually. So Citlali, Fiorina, Bennett, and then Chaska. Do a quick little rematch with you. Spirit of the Fallen Dawnstar. You can use Pyro to melt the ice, or you can just use Spirit Speaking. Guess which one is better. I did not want to switch this team out entirely. We want to... Fiorina. Probably want to keep Favonius, yeah. Then... Citlali... person than Bennett, so Chaska can make the most use of Bennett's circle. If we put in Bennett first, then Chaska won't have its full uptime. We can just keep using Xianyun on Chaska for the crit rate. Burning Blessing, not Blazing Blessing, that's Thomas Burst. Cryo Ward, freezing the brazier, power attacks, melt the ice, covering it. Direct would create one, and that's just the better way to do it. Yep. Hello there. Oh, twisting obsidian storm. Thanks. Oh, that's a bit of an energy issue. I did not expect to get there like that. Right over here. Let's take you out. Some good damage. And also got... Oh. Yeah, Song of Stillness is a good option too. And, yep, knocking you down so you hit the ground is going good too. Hello there. Well, we got his spirit speaking. Put that down, and... Thank you, Chaska. Oh, goodness. We should have lowered ourselves to the ground. Yep, because we're too far away to use the blessing. So she just died. Oops. Okay. Okay. So in that case, if you're already this close to... We're gonna get a good amount of healing, so let's just give you Song of Stillness. Take that from Winnie. Cool. Thanks. Energy consumption here isn't all that bad, and now we can just directly use the burst without having to worry about energy and all that. And now we're getting healed. Got the bonus from Song of Stillness. Isn't making a crazy difference, but we are good. Thank you. Big damage. Just shoot you. Thanks. Yeah, you're great. More of those. Let's put that one down there. And that's good. Let's lower ourselves a bit. And that broke you immediately. Wow. Yep. Good stuff. Yeah, but you have to not get hit by any of those tornadoes if you want to get the final achievement, which is much easier said than done. The power of evil spirits. Get so close to the ground like this. Oh, that's right. You can use the power of the braziers to deal extra pyro damage. I didn't even think about that. I may be stupid. Yeah, that actually just increases the damage you deal too. Gonna spirit speak again? Yeah, you are. Okay. Come on. Thanks. And go down here. Thank you. Good stuff. There we are. Easy enough challenge too. Okay, I wonder, because one of the local legends next patch is apparently going to be a giant Tatankasur in the bottom of the... Oh, we did that a second time. Nice. We didn't get hit by the tornadoes. Going to be a giant Tatankasur in the bottom of the volcano. And one of the open world, too. Which is really nice, because as of right now, there are no local legend Saurians. Well, there's that one there, isn't none of the open world, which means the only way to get Saurian materials is to go around and kill Saurians in the open world. Which... You know, it isn't difficult, but requires, you know, running around like a chicken with your head cut off. And I actually, when I was more in need of Saurian warrior whistles, I'd just go here and fight Sappho every day. Because when the patch where Qiqi came out, that's when they buffed the drop rates of local legends to make them actually pretty viable ways of farming their associated materials, which is definitely one of the best and coolest changes they have made in this game. I will say. I was very much a fan of that change. But, you know, still, we've got plenty of characters who use Saurian mats. The only character in this patch cycle who has not used Notlon materials was Banyan using whopper flower nectars, and that's a whole nother can of worms. Touch it again. That sounds a bit suspicious. Okay. Full to enter an accelerated glide to pass through or destroy targets. I wonder if we're actually going to have to destroy anything. Maybe. Thank you. And we go in here. This is a fun one. You go on a nice trip around the bay. And it shows you where we're going to come out. That's fun. What's interesting is that it seems that we have not lost our infinite phlogiston because we were in Scorchwind Conflux. I believe that's what it's called. We were in the warp pipe and it allowed us to maintain our infinite phlogiston. So I guess it only depletes if you're actually moving around on field. Well, active in a standard character state. Come on. It's accelerator glide. You should be turning back to normal phlogiston sometime soon, or not. This is one where we just gotta shoot. If I was using an actual Kukasaur, I would have been able to just... Well, their attack is forward motion. Shaska stops her. Wouldn't be able to just go through and keep going. So I wonder if Aoife flies on Kakuku, whether he'll be able to fly through in the same way. We'll see what happens. Drop off, and what's crazy is... I wonder what would have happened if I'd interact with the Neitzel Totem challenge. Nothing good, I assume. I imagine it just would have ended things early. Oh, and there was an Oculus there? It's a good thing I'm looking around. So let's go west, sweep down south. And yeah, just this little bit around here. I should take a quick bathroom break before I burst and die. That might be funny, but I'm not sure it would sound pleasant. So I'll be right back. Thank you. Yeah, BRP. Okay, I've returned to the land of the living. Yeah. The secret of this world is that, yeah, the Night Kingdom is actually anyone's given bathroom. I didn't say that, I'm sorry. Okay. Remaining oculi. Check the rest of this out, and we got more. Glada just Saurian's chilling around. Hello there. Okay. That Oculus is top of the tree. Sorry about... Oh, it's really no problem at all. If you don't want to chat and you just want to work, you are entirely within your rights to do that. It's... Oh, nice. Anything of interest occur? Any major accomplishments you want to talk about? Thank you. Yeah, it's my job to entertain you. You're free to do as you choose, no matter the context or consequence. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, I wasn't even trying to dodge that. Just missed. Oh, which one? The first one? The we shall be reunited, the Bowkeeper story quest, or the Chasm one, the second Chasm one, the second scenario one that isn't a Chasm one. Oh, so is in Carabert? Yeah, Carabert drags. It drags a good deal. Yeah. I like the idea behind it. Oh, you mean not Carabert, the something in the depths. Forget what that one was called at this point. I could just check my notebook. That's right. That's Requiem of the Echoing Depths. I like that it does stuff in the upside down city. I honestly find it interesting because they don't often do this anymore, that access to the upside down city in the first place is, if I recall correctly, gated behind completion of that quest. You know, one of the teleport waypoints gets unlocked as part of it, and is also the upside down teleport waypoint, which is really, really cool too. Yeah. What does make me kind of sad is that it's not really a barrier, but there's an invisible ceiling, which is funny, yeah. You've heard of invisible walls, now hear about invisible ceilings. To prevent you from getting up inside the fountain, even if you have, say, Kaza, Skara, etc. to actually climb up there. Come on, come on. Return to the sky. Return to this guy. I don't even know who that guy is. Okay. Back through the other side. Again, what interests me is... why is there a... Right, that... Wait, why is there another gust of wind? Because this one is used to capture the Monitu. Well, this one was also used to capture a Monitu. But this was a fun little thing to do around here. Actually made a short out of it recently, which is pretty fun. Okay. Let me keep looking. Thank you. Night Spirit Graffiti's gone, and... yeah, there was a little quest. There was a blubber beast from Fontaine who ended up here at the very end of it all. It swam away towards the volcano. That's the real question, essentially. Whether it's going to end up showing up again when we go to the volcano. Actually, be right back. Let me check something. Thank you for the follow, Orange Juice 919. Hello. Now today I was followed by an Applesauce 22234 and an Orange Juice 919. Now, I tried to make some kind of joke about that, but I'd just be comparing apples to oranges. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. As the title might imply, I'm just going around Tezcatepetonco Range doing a bit of cleanup. I've already got 100%, but as I'm sure you know, that means less than nothing. To Teko upon Bay, last time more or less, Just got a little bit around here, and then the city itself. I'm trying to absolute last minute get through physical Rethesli. So I assume you would have been using Ashgraven or Eye Perception, or maybe... No, not Ring of Yaksha. Not Ring of Yaksha. It's either... It would have to be either Ashgraven or Eye Perception, right? Or maybe even Scoured Atlas. I keep forgetting Scoured Atlas has the physical hits. Oh, okay. The funniest thing I've seen people do with Ashgraven Drinking Horn is, especially since he's already suited to it, is someone put it on Nuve so that they could kill just some random treasure hoarder with a normal. Oh, HP Marshall say that. That's hilarious. But, I saw some 5-second clip or something where someone put Ashgraven on Nuve and just killed some random treasure hoarder with his first normal up close to make it look like he was just slapping them. And it was really, really fun. It's just happening passing through. If you've been active in this area for a long while, eyes up and stay sharp. There's a cunning criminal syndicate operating in this area who use weapons that leave no trace to harm people, storing companions. Yes, splintering bullets made of rocks and captured and selling off for a profit. Read, fortunately, the brave and resourceful travelers, companion Paimon and Theodorix. Unfortunately, I named my Saurian after a random dragon from Elden Ring. I'm sorry. Acted decisively, till the heavy blow of the syndicate, and rescued many of the captured animals. It is unclear if these villains still have accomplices at large, or when they will come out of the woodwork once again. After each tribe will take turns standing up patrols to keep the peace in this area, continue tracking the inquisitive but said syndicate and do the rest through and wipe them out. His friends please refrain from resting out the open, safe to go inside a camp, more comfortable too, okay. Well, I can encourage the traveler Paimon and the good old buddy protect you all also. Protect you all, so. This little quest line around here actually has a mention of Aoife, which, again, I will say this again, as in Rio's, or... How do you pronounce his name? Because to be fair, as a name in Old English, it doesn't exactly have any kind of single accurate pronunciation, but... Because I know in the English dub they pronounce it Risley. In the Japanese, it's Ryothesli. I mean, in the end... Silly name. I'll just say Rethesli, which is one of the quote-unquote accurate pronunciations, as in ones with some degree of historical attestation. I'm pretty sure Ryothesli is one of the ones with no historical attestation, but it's not the first time that the Japanese dub has made, for better or worse, interesting choices regarding character pronunciations, because, for example, in the Japanese dub, Dia is Dishia. Yeah, Dishia. Which, you know, free country and all, but... I wonder what choices they made that led them to that decision. I have the opposite problem. Mine comes pretty close to overcapping on crit. A lot of the time, because with Marchase, because he has a crit circlet, and if I ever got cash flow, I would need to get a damage circlet for him instead, but sometimes I give him Witsith, sometimes I give him Ballot, sometimes I give him Skyward. Depends on the situation. Big thing is, he has a crit rate circlet. It's not amazing, I mean, it's not bad. I don't have his C1, so he's not really winning any awards anyway, but... If, I get another character in the party with some crit rate buff, like, for the sake of argument, Hu Tao, though, you never use them together. He just overcaps. 70% crit damage is more than good enough. Because the big thing is that that allows you to, if you're in say, Spiral Abyss or Imaginarium Theater, and you get access to buffs that allow you to increase your crit rate further, you can actually use them without overcapping. You know, if you're just doing overruled stuff and want him to be strong for overruled stuff, you know, that's not as important, but... Oh, we got a heal. Citlali, pretty nice. Let's see if we can get a... Come on. We were not able to melt the other hits. Yeah, that... To be fair, some of it is just that the game does, to an extent, kind of expect you to have pretty high crit rate now that they've put out 2 patch cycles where the primary artifact sets were all based around giving you a huge chunk of crit rate more or less for free if you manage to work with a gimmick. And that is what really bothers me about the way they did Malvika. That people, myself included, because I'm people, I'm a person, unfortunately, expected Malvika to be able to give the entire party Night Soul's Blessing, so that they could all use Codex. Because that's more or less how Theriana works with Marchase. She enables anyone really to use Marchase, including Zhao. But, especially since at the end of 5.1 Archon Quest, she gives everyone a red Night Soul. Which, you would think, implies her having the ability to bestow Night Soul on other party members, and then she comes out and she's the selfish DPS, who is the exact opposite. Instead of enabling other characters to benefit from Not-One's gimmick, without being Not-One characters, she is a selfish DPS who requires you to just use other Not-One characters. Given the end of the 5.1 Archon Quest cutscene, I imagine that having her work kind of like a Night Soul Fiorina was at least one idea for how she would work, and then they backtracked on it, probably at least in part, to essentially sell Not-One characters. It's because this is Overworld, and I like having characters around who can use... I have them mostly for their exploration gimmicks. Overworld is not difficult enough that it's something I need to speed up by having a truly optimized party. Additionally, if I were to use Malvika with a fully optimized party, she'd kill in a single burst and probably not even really get enough fighting spirit back. And thank you for the follow, Mommy ASMR. I'm gonna... You're free to live your life. I'll say that much. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Having a good day? But as I was saying, I don't need to run a serious team to take out things in the overworld. And the big thing is, it wouldn't even speed up things all that much in comparison, because it's... Okay, just for the... Yeah, I giggle a little. For the sake of argument, you know, imagine I replace Chaska and Milani with, say, Bennett and Xianyun. To be fair, Xianyun being in there would also help with exploration gimmicks, that is true. But, say I run the whole rotation, I kill in a single slash. That's not going to take much shorter. Might even take longer than, say, just, you know, putting down the ease of Malvika Citlali, not doing the full rotation, and doing a couple Chaska shots. My Chaska is not even a particularly strong Chaska, but Overworld, even at World Level 9, is not something that is difficult enough to require, you know, busting your butt to... You know, running a real serious team and busting your butt. If you want to see me run a serious team, you know, see me fly to local legend, see me run Abyss, see me run Theater, see me run the god-awful combat event that, for the story and name card, that one was hell. You know, I managed to beat out everyone else on my friend group. I managed to beat the record of everyone else on my friend list. And that's the important thing. Well, that and getting the name card. But I will be the first to admit that it does not say good things about where this game is headed. As in 98k DPS or 98k on a single hit? 98k is good, no matter what AR you are. You know, maybe if you're going for, say, comparing it with a Malvika Melted Burst with weapon, yeah, that's not bad. You know, it might not really be keeping up with the game's current power creep, but it does the job. It'd be good enough for theater. Abyss might be a different question, because Abyss has suffered from some pretty serious power creep, I will say. In the specific sense of... And it is notable that they changed this with the patch where Mavica was added, because it really does say a lot about how Mavica changed the game, but up until Mavica got added, 4.12 never really had leyline disorders. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Once you get to higher ARs, Monty gets pretty crazy. She's definitely, honestly, more of a damage per screenshot character than damage per second character. That's the joke people used to make about Eula, that she's not damage per second, she's damage per screenshot, especially since Eula fell off pretty hard as new characters got released. I used her for the current theater rotation, actually. Even though she's at level 70. She worked pretty well. Her and Fremine were the best suited for it, honestly, because the team I ran for the very last chamber was her, Fiorina, Raiden, and Mika. And that allows you to trigger all three reactions that theater buffs while also actually being a good team. Sure. I won't stop you. We'll see if I might be able to have time maybe later to pop in. I'm going to keep going until I've cleared out Tezcatepetonco, and I mean cleared out Tezcatepetonco. But I don't think that'll take much longer than another hour at most. And at that point, I think I'll probably hop off so I can make my schedule for today and make a clip for today as well. Understandable. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. Jimmy with the Milani. I've known a few Jimmies. They've all been pretty good people. I hope you can continue the legacy of Jimmy. Okay. Again, right, these are investigation points. Free cabbage. Epic Ororone moment, I suppose. So, the trial grounds are over there, and here is a Monitu paint puzzle that we have not done yet. Interesting. Something over this way. Yeah. So essentially, as of right now, people's expectations for characters for the rest of the patch cycle are Dahlia, Skirk, Fontaine, Chef Girl, and Aoife, because those ones we've seen with silhouettes. With them, we'd only get 16 characters this patch cycle, which means that there's somebody who's going to be secret. Some people think it's going to be Columbina. Wait, is there something about Jimmy's with Ito profile pictures? Okay, wait. So these rocks can be painted, but it doesn't specify which one goes where. Maybe it... Nothing comes from using Citlali. You can see a couple of spilled paint buckets nearby. Makes sense that the blue would be by here, and... Is there anything red nearby? No, so I guess that's the process of elimination. So, got red flowers here. Hello! Thank you for the hutao. And kaching. Yeah, blue with a blue flower, then you got, of course, the yellow berries, and then... Guess just the red flowers here. Thank you. Try to get that. And... Oh, interesting. That made more flowers bloom. Get yellow and put it on the final one. How's that gonna do it? Oh, okay. And were they embarrassing? Oh no! What you gotta do then is get blue, get red, turn it purple. Oh goodness. Worrying. And that's how you do it. That's fun. Yeah, and exactly. They're purple flowers now. I will say, the game does not make as much use out of the ability to mix colors with the hued monitors as much as I wish it did. You know, it's not the most complicated of puzzles, but it's visually appealing. Okay. Let me see how I'm going to take out Relay. I will say that Relay is probably the most troublesome local legend. Yeah. I'm gonna heal up a little. The team I used, I've got all of her achievements. The main thing is that dodging her Frost Nova is terrible. Also, you may or may not know this, but she's actually named after a character from Dota. A game I have not played. Yeah, I find it funny when they give local legends the ability to trigger reactions themselves. As the big thing is that this is something that's only known from data mining, but she has elemental mastery. She has an actual non-zero elemental mastery stat, which is not true of most other enemies. The only other one I remember is, I believe Sappho has it too, to make her shatter strong. And then in Fontaine, Liam over here also has a bit of EM to make his overload strong. I think I'm just going to go with my Chaska team. Yeah, gotta get used to it eventually somehow though. But Xianyun back. Can't really stay in the Bennett circle is the thing. And of course you teleport away, and that's the real trouble. Hi, hello. Frozen color. I hardly know. And yep, she does not like getting frozen. Thank you. And got a bit of homing, which is also annoying. Ability to kill you. And, oh, yep, see, exactly. That's the problem. Yep. If she melts on you, one way or the other, you're just dead. So, especially if someone as fragile as Chaska. Pistachios, by the way. I do not have C2 Furina. The only limited 5-star characters who I have any cons for are Hu Tao and Ganyu, both of which I got without really going for them. Neither of whom I really use all that much anymore. I did Ganyu's Trail Challenge a week ago on the day. And it was pretty nice to have her see one there, honestly. But they aren't characters I really use all that much at this point, I will say. For better or worse. Who do I want to use? Chaska's okay, kind of annoying in this situation. Yeah, it's Eula. I just have not had much of a reason to level her, unfortunately. I'm gonna take it slow and steady then. Just Hu Tao double Hydro. Yeah, yo, this is the first time I've really made much use out of it. Hu Tao since I got the Hu Tao outfit. See, just make sure you've all got stuff. R4 Fab, but it was about as good as R. About as good as R5. That's right, I did get that. Recently, we'll take Fab off Furina. Fab Lance. Let's make this happen. Because I haven't bothered healing her, and I got her down to 1 HP for fun some other time. If it whiffs, things start to suck. Okay. This should not kill me, hopefully. Let's see what happens. And as you can see, my damage here is not as good as I'm out. And got some healing, and of course the Shincho healing. Some back as well. Thank you. That now, and ooh, that hurt. Yeah, this takes it slow and steady, which is good and reliable. In the end, this is just proof of concept. when I got her third achievement, which is the one where you have to dodge all the attacks for a Frost Nova, and to not get hit by the Frost Nova and then win, I did it by way of... Even. You should be teleporting back to the center now. Yep, exactly. I did it by using Chaska and Navigatus, flying the air above the Frost Novas. The crazy thing is that if you do that, she actually starts having them go off in midair, which has basically no warning, because the AoE marker doesn't really show up. But she can do that. She can just do it. Because the game hates her. Yeah, it is one of the most brutal ones in the game. If not the most brutal one in the game. And I was not able to get a fat proc. And I don't know why that is. Okay. Thank you. I will say, it's good that we haven't had to worry too much about burning the grass and losing our vaporizers as a result. It's mostly just we've got 2 characters applying vaporizers all the time here. And we missed some of that. That's okay. Thank you, Shing. Go ahead. What are you doing here? Come on. There we got that. Particles suck. If I had to choose a single C6 to get, I might honestly pick Shiody's. Because it's a pretty good one. The main thing that's kind of crazy about it is that it increases... Ouch. Well, I've already missed getting the achievement a second time. Okay. Oh, no, that's not the achievement. It's not the Frost Nova. Oh, the true Frost Nova. Alright. Oh, we're frozen. Okay, cool. But, oh, that... It's not a buff to her damage while she's infused. It's a buff to her damage from her defense, period. So if you want to be funny, you can even try other infusions. Of course, it's just one would you, the shield broke? You're kidding. Whatever. I guess I'm just going to keep going. I mean, in the end, as long as you weigh out the Frost Nova, the big thing is you just can't get hit by the barrels or the AoEs. You can get hit by all the other attacks. It's not like some of the other local legend achievements where you cannot get hit by anything at all. And those ones are stupid. But you do also have to defeat her during the attack, but you run away from the AoE, you run away from the barrel. It's preeminently reasonable. The game gets worse. Thanks. Your crit rate leaves much to be desired. Thank you. Does you say Ice Switch or Ice Wish? It's not entirely clear. Thank you. And we got good reactions going. Let's hit you. Can't be frozen, but you can be petrified. That's some small consolation. And the ice cluster. And oh my goodness. Broke through the shield. I hate you. I actually hate you. And juggle you to an extent. And that's a steal. Thank you. Should be. Oh, you have not actually. Frost Nova yet. You should be due to use the attack in soon, which means go up and, well, that didn't kill you, but once you start the attack, we will. Should be starting it soon. Hello, how are you doing? I'm fighting Real just for fun. And here we are. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. No, that's not it. That's not it. Come on, we needed to go in the middle of the arena, and here we are. Thanks, and... Killed. Yeah, we've already gotten the achievement. Let me just check to make sure that we have it marked. Second time now. Yep, we've done this 2 times now. For no additional reward, but it's the principle of the thing. It's the principle of the thing. Glad that Hu Tao is getting some use again for something. Finished musical score. A seemingly incomplete musical composition is stuck within the notebook. Following is written below. To think you could compose such a melody, even my own pales in comparison. I hope you can finish it soon. Send me a copy once you do. Practice in advance. That way we'll have 2 songs you can play together next time we meet. Yeah, and they're actually... She plays the exact same song as Sappho over here, but Sappho plays it on the lute, and Real plays it on the flute. The lute and the flute. They are... interesting. The main thing is,
the overworld local legend ones are a whole lot more annoying, because they've got a lot more durability, and beyond that, if you mess up and kill them, you don't get a chance to retry it. As in, you kill them without getting the condition. You have to wait till the next daily reset to retry it, which can get really annoying for some of the ones that require no hits. Those can be pretty hard to track, honestly. So that gets irritating, but the worst local legend achievement, in my opinion, is probably just the one with Qiqi's Aegis that requires not taking any hits. Because the only way to really do that without hating your life is to use a permafreeze strategy, which is what I did. I didn't enjoy it, but it's what I did. And because its attacks are pretty relentless, so unless you're just going to spam normals the entire time, and I was still spamming normals, just with Rethezali and Furina to keep it frozen, you might get hit while you're in the middle of an animation for a skill or a burst, especially since its AoEs are honestly rather ridiculous. Because it's not no damage. There are some, if I recall correctly, that are no damage. For the Dendro Wayob, it is no hit. Which again means even if you've got a shield up, even if you've got burst iframes, if you get hit, you've missed your chance. Oh, I agree. It is interesting because using Chaska is a good way to kill them, but if you actually want to get their achievements, you basically got two options. You got new Viet teams, you got Ayaka teams that I don't have Ayaka, so you can guess what I did. But it was absolutely painful when I did that one. Yeah, I don't blame you. The main thing really is just breaking their shields is tough. Okay, do you see me or... No, it was a warrior who was off in the middle. No. Come on. Arliss C6. That is... Right, it's... Oh, I forgot about... Oh my goodness. Oh, and you can even stack that. I knew it boosted the damage of her burst. I did not know that it boosted... Just gave her big crit bonus from using her E. Yeah, that makes a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
Got all these little stones, but... Oh, I bet these are honestly... I bet these are gravestones. Yeah, out of the C6s you don't have... Well, what's my crit rate like? Crit rate like for her? Mine's lower to begin with. You have nothing to apologize for. Unless that was some kind of humble brag. Which... Oh, but as I was saying... Yeah, pistachios, by the way. As I was saying... In terms of... And this shows up under Elemental Sight. I don't know what's up with all of the little baby Saurian statues that show up under Elemental Sight, have no obvious usage, and... Right. 310 is ridiculous. Plus that I think I have is... Yeah, that's nowhere close either. Ganyu, is it? Yeah, a little over 200. The best I've got is... that 220 or so on my Mavica. But, as I was saying... Out of the C6s you don't have, which one... If you could just have any C6, just unconditionally, what would you take? Because one that is... One of the more interesting C6s is probably... Oh, yeah. Probably Chiori C6. I was talking about this before, actually, but... They don't really explain it. You know, the plain text says it, but you might assume otherwise, that the defense added to her normals is unconditional. It doesn't require her having infusion up. It's just added permanently. Which, of course, you'd want to have her infusion most of the time, because a lot of her damage is coming from her burst, from her skill. So you want to build geo damage, but... It does mean that if you have off time, which... I've seen some people do C6 Chiori solo content, and there was a decent amount of infusion downtime because, for example, you might want to... You want to set up her E after E, which, you know, if she's the only character in the party, she doesn't switch out, but it gives her extra coordinated hits and a bonus little Tamoto. So you've got some uptime... You got some downtime on the infusion, where the infusion isn't up, but since the defense addition to normals is not based on the infusion being up, it's just unconditional, although, of course, you prefer the infusion to be up, because you'd be, again, building geo damage, so that Tamoto is dealing good damage too, as well as the burst. You're not losing as much damage as you otherwise would have if you couldn't apply the defense. Also, just, I like Chiori as a character. Even though I do wish she hadn't purely power-crept Albedo in the way that she did. C6 Ito is pretty crazy. I remember seeing a lot of solo content with him. Well, not solo content, just C6 Ito content back in the day, but... C6 Siggy is... Oh, okay. Yeah, just HP to crit in the kind of similar fashion in Yulu, actually. 110? What? Okay. And then... More duration. Crit a shield, okay. Hydro Res Shred. And then get this, okay. Yeah, but that's the interesting thing, is... The Siggy gets a standard, you know, as any normal support 5-star gets, a C6 that allows her to really DPS. And... The most interesting thing to me about Citlali is just... that she doesn't have a C6 that makes her truly DPS. As in an on-fielder. It just makes her an even better buffer. Which... yeah, doesn't really help her. This isn't... yeah, and it's only other than Citlali. What is also really interesting to me is that... and this is something that they... haven't done in a long time, too. Just unconditional stats on a constellation. That... the last thing close to that was Kole with... get some off-field energy recharge. But... I'm just reminded of how Animo Traveler, who... yeah, I don't have Animo Traveler tuned right now, so I can't show that as easily as I might like. You know, one Animo Traveler con is just a bit of bonus energy recharge. Something like 18. Just such a hilariously specific amount, too. But... you know, to be fair, that wasn't even common, but... before Kole and... well, they did that with Zhao, I believe, with Zhao C. Let me check that. Yeah, but this. This is so silly, too. It's just... it's honestly really funny that none of Zhao's constellations really do much of anything for him anymore. Because at this point, you just run him, Xianyun, Zhao, Fiorina, and then... I mean, Xianyun, Farazan, Fiorina, and then him. And that team is just spamming plunges. using lemniscatic wind cycling on that team is probably a DPS loss. Oh, yeah. You know, the other ones aren't really much better. You know, C6 isn't terrible, and it used to be quite good. But the ways in which Zhao has been buffed since, you know, new characters who work with him, new artifacts, it doesn't really work anymore. Which, you know, it is what it is, but it's amusing. You know, frankly, as someone who rolls for characters and farms artifacts before rolling for cons, or weapons even, I actually like that most of Zhao's buffs have come from characters coming out who I was going to roll for already, as well as artifact sets, etc. Though it does make me feel a good deal bad for people who did rolling for Zhao and ended up getting kind of screwed. I had a guy, one of my friends, who I actually did a few Minecraft streams with some time ago. I'm a Farazan appreciator. I am a Farazan appreciator. Glad I got her C6. Yeah. It really is crucial. But as I was saying, he got C1 Zhao, and he was happy about it, but it really was more of a trophy than anything else, because it just doesn't really do all that much for him. Thank you, and Citlali's ice bridging is so unreliable that I forget it even exists. What I find more interesting than the fact that they've put out characters who ice bridge better than Kaya, you know, Thesley just spamming normals, or Ayaka being Ayaka, is the fact, and then, well, Furina is an ice bridge, but you know what I mean, is the fact that they never put out a character who ice bridged well in the same way that Kaya did, in that Kaya very specifically applies bonus units of cryo to water in order to just have his ice last longer, as I'm sure you know. Oh, right, because you can... Right, because of the Opal Storm, but... Well, you can't AFK indefinitely because... Its Papa disappears eventually. Its Papa, you still need to refresh its Papa. But it maybe requires a bit less conscious thought. Yeah. Wonder if I've said this before with you around, but... It's very, very interesting that Citlali specifically says in her 1.2 letter that its Papa was created out of her Stella Fortuna. Wait. But the... Well, the shield only lasts 20 seconds, unless... Does... Wait. State will not end. You don't get an infinite shield duration, do you? And I would not hate C6 Citlali either, but... Go with the singles, the full current birds, however, doesn't matter, still taking pictures. Yes, indeed, I've gotten the pictures I wanted, but since the costs of traveling from Fontaine to Notland aren't cheap, might as well take a few extra shots, right? You gotta capture those birds with the tubes. What do you like about full current birds exactly? On many things. Some of their feet, some of their feathers. If you ask me, their most attractive trait is the way their feathers glisten under the sunlight when they emerge from the water. That moment, their feathers look so eminently fluffable. Nothing in particular. See you around. See you. Done your stuff already. Okay. It might have been a duration glitch. I know that there was a duration glitch for Xianyun and rollerblading some time ago. But I don't know. What is this again? And the statues, because there are all the little Saurian statues around. Some of them show up under elemental sight, but aren't actually interactable in any way that I've found. No documentation I've seen seems to mention them. So I wonder if some future quest is going to involve them in some way. Of course, what we really need to get is more Vanessa lore with the Marijavari. The real animatronic, this Flower Feather Clan, is a bunch of pyro fakers. Even if all their playable characters have animo. Maybe the joke is kind of... The Pyro Clan is only animo playable characters, because... I would imagine that... Though Vanessa probably didn't have a vision, it is very, very interesting. Very specific blind spot that we don't know when Vision sort of came on the scene into that. That we don't get mentions of them before the Cataclysm, or from the Archon War area. Of all the mysteries, honestly, it's not just a matter of who gives visions, it's... Because we now know that it's kind of an automatic system that the Archon, or in Noob's case, whoever has the Elemental Authority has to kind of set up. But just when they started to be given and why, that's not something we know. But yeah, you know, Vanessa, red hair and all, clearly probably pyro associated in some way, though I don't believe we see her use any kind of element. And of course, the Lost Tribe mentioned in Mavika's Claymore's description would presumably be Vanessa's tribe that got taken to Mondstadt, but it's just... Oh, interesting. The Akukasaur did not even swoop down. Yeah, but of course the real question is, does that mean there's an Animosaurian that is hidden, forgotten about, at least from Earman's Soul, died out, what have you? Or were they a tribe without a sword? Or another possibility, I suppose, would be that the Kukasaurus was originally theirs. Yeah. Because logically, given that it has to come from the Authority, there would have to be Archons in the first place. Because before that, the Authority would be, you know, relatively unconstrained, just held by the Dragon Sovereigns. It's going to be interesting to see what the conclusion to the Little Buddies quest is next patch cycle. What I do find especially interesting is that we've got the broken, inactive Night Soul Totem down there in Tecaloapan that still has no use. There are 2 more Wayob proxies in the Night Kingdom that need to be lit up. And I'm wondering if... What I suppose could end up happening is 2 more standard Night Soul Totems in the volcano area. And then something big in the center. Maybe that comes out with Marijavari, that you access using the broken totem that becomes active again once you've activated the other 12. That could be cool. But it's also very possible that it never gets activated again and is just there purely for flavor more. But I have enjoyed all of Not One's Local Legends very intensely. I will say that generally I tend to like the ones in the Night Soul Totems more because they're more gimmicky fights. The ones in the overworld are fun, but they rely a lot more heavily on being... Hi, you don't talk. They rely a lot more heavily on being damage sponges in a way that... You know, I have the strength to put up with that. Just don't enjoy it. We don't get the chest another time, but... can use that to proc the fireworks for the 2 lovers, because I felt like being nice today. Yeah, because... My real question for you, and I've asked other people about this, is... What do you think the gimmick for... Have I been up here? Don't think I've been up on this ridge. What do you think the gimmick for Node Cry, and maybe Sneznaya, if it's... in conjunction, is going to be? I really hope that some region gets parrying or perfect dodges as its gimmick. Because as cool as not what exploration abilities have been, the fact that they had to outright nerf them in other regions makes it feel kind of nasty. Dendro basically being Sumeru's gimmick didn't feel as bad, especially since, you know, there were Dendro characters from other regions, even if Baiju and I suppose, depending on how you want to argue it, Travel were the only ones in Sumeru Patch Cycle. Yeah, Delusions are the obvious choice. The real question would be, again, whether Nodecry and Citlali will have the same thing going on, because it's, at this point, a bit of a shot in the dark. I think there's a good chance that in the same way that the closest thing that Sumeru really had to a gimmick was just Dendro, that we get Quantum with Nodecry, maybe imaginary, but just a new element, and that it constitutes the closest thing to a gimmick. The hot air balloons are fun. Completely unnecessary, but fun. But, as I was saying, Dane's Leaf still has something that's presumably Quantum. Again, the real question with regards to Quantum and Imaginary presumably eventually getting added to Genshin is just, are they going to be named Quantum and Imaginary, or a sort of more fantasy-type name? But, got a couple of you. Oh well. What if you had a chest before? You probably did. Oh well. But as I was saying, something like Photo or Skodo probably got the Light Realm sigils, but it appears that Skirk is going to be Cryo. All signs, unfortunately, point to Cryo Skirk. The real question is, what is this flame granite doing here? Guess it's meant to be so that if you use a Yumka sword to get over here from there, you can use it for combat, but still, it's one of the next patch's artifact sets is a cryo set explicitly for characters who do not have standard elemental energy, and there's really only one candidate besides Capitano. And Capitano is not in the silhouettes, so yeah, that's the real question. Is the 17th Not One Patch Cycle character going to be... Because since Inazuma, they pretty reliably put out 17 characters per patch cycle. You know, at least if you count Aloy for Inazuma, for better or worse. But as of right now, with the characters we've gotten so far in the silhouettes we've seen, it only goes to 16. Leakers will say all sorts of random things with no basis of reality. But some people are saying that the cryo set is going to be for the Fontaine Chef Girl. We'll see what happens, though. I will also say, before you get any ideas, the new plunge set is only technically better for Zhao than Marchase or Vermilion. It requires you to weave in charged attacks and skill hits in order to keep the buff up. And since he doesn't get particle gen on E-Tap during burst, he really, it requires him to build a lot more energy recharge than he otherwise would. And that can, I would most likely say, that it would probably negate the benefit you get from the damage bonus of the plunge set. That said, I would say that Marchase is, even though he can use it pretty well in base because he's got HP drain in kit, that ticks up pretty often. I still like having Vermilion better, just because I run him on Deathmatch. And how much crit rate do you have right now? Deathmatch. Yeah, if I gave him Marshall say he'd overcap. He's got crit damage circle, and he's already with Marshall saying he'd be overcapping. Quite honestly, Marshall say might still be better just because it would be giving him crit rate instead of attack, and since you get a huge amount of damage bonus, and more importantly, honestly, since Xianyun gives flat attack bonus, giving him more attack is not helping him with that. Those two buffs are directly at odds. They do not intersect. But if I was to say, you get more crit rate, and as a result, Xianyun's flat damage buff advantage to crit, and is more useful as a result. You know, I respect the French. I respect the French accents. Oh yeah. It's undeniably a good set for him, but it takes a lot of finagling to get to a point where you're not overcapping at least a little bit. Which is part of why I use Vermilion. Because I have no intention of just going deep into the Marchase Mountains just to get a marginally better set than what he currently has. At least not... I may go back one day to characters who have artifact loadouts that are complete but not especially good to just make them better. But I've still got characters who don't have artifacts at all. Leveled or otherwise. Rosaria is nothing. Mizuki is borrowing Sucrose's artifacts. Lanyan is borrowing Lynette's artifacts. Neither of them have sets entirely of their own. I respect it. Don't take this the wrong... Goodness. Too sleep to have to speak right. Don't take this the wrong way, but... How good is the cheese over there? I went to France once in my life, and I ended up getting sick the entire time, because it was part of a... Right after I graduated college, the men's choir I was in, we went on a trip around Europe. We did a few performances, but it was really just mostly a vacation. Yep. And I drank from a public spigot in Siena. And I shouldn't have done that. We thought it would be safe because the ones in Rome where we were immediately before were safe. And I ended up getting really, really sick. Probably in part of it was other people drank from it too and they didn't get as sick. I think I also might have gotten some... This is where I got the worms. I think I might have actually gotten the worms from a salmon steak I ate in Rome. Which would have been sad to say, because it's a really good salmon steak too. But either way, I got really, really sick on that trip. It was when we were in Switzerland that I started just being outright out of commission. Went on a 10-mile hike or so. I don't know what that'd be in kilos, I apologize, but we went on a long hike, I pushed myself hard despite feeling bad, and then I was so tired that I wasn't even able to sing that day. And as a result, what would you say the best cheese is, or at least your favorite? I am partial to a good Camembert Brie. I haven't had Gruyere as much as I would have liked, but I've enjoyed it every time I've had it too. Oh, and the graffiti just doesn't talk anymore. Oops. Okay. Go around the only things that are really after, yeah. Area immediately around Nightwind, so we'll go through the Scorchwind Trail grounds, talk to a couple people, and just talk to everyone in the settlement. Maybe poke through. I do actually want to show... So if you look in the Nursery of Nightmares, you can't really see it, but the tower that you get through at the end of the Weaving Portals is around here. You can actually see it from the Oshkan Arena. Even if the ending of Notlan left a lot to be desired, and the one thing I'm going to specifically praise was honestly part of it, because it made a few of the deaths feel cheap. But I really, really liked how in the Night Kingdom, a number of NPCs, including from World Quests, which was the most enjoyable part, that you got to see Bona and Oshkan, well, Kokoik from Oshkan, help you out in the Night Kingdom. Which, one of the things that, as much as I liked Fontaine, oh, you know, as someone who's from France, he must have interesting opinions about Fontaine. Maybe. I won't press. Not too much, at least. But I expected, and to be fair, part of this was just that I hadn't picked up on the foreshadowing that was being put down in... And the craziest thing is that it was foreshadowed by Valorian Mirage more than anything else. Just Valorian Mirage was all about Oceanids, well, not Oceanids, but the Hydrophantasms, which the connection of whom to Oceanids is maybe not explained as well as it should be, frankly. Turning into humans, taking on their form. And then, at the end of Fontaine, the reveal is that all the people of Fontaine have been Oceanids taking on human form. But what I expected was that, especially with the whole Orthant stuff, which ended up just being about the questline, that it was going to be some kind of, you know, Full Metal Alchemist nationwide transmutation circle to absorb everyone into the big Oceanid that you fight, well, into the Hydrotolpa. But then, aside from the couple mentions of Jacob in the Vashir domain in Fontaine Archon Quest 2, there's really no connection between the Fontaine World Quest and the Fontaine Archon Quest. And not one having Bona and Kokoik show up in the Night Kingdom in activating the Archon Quest isn't really all that substantial. But it's at least acknowledgement, especially since they don't show up unless you've done the relevant world quest. Which does mean, of course, that if you haven't been keeping track, things feel a little silly. And, of course, they did the same with the... Yeah. Did I take you out? Yeah, I took it out. I couldn't even see it. Let me see that there. Same with the Archon. What is that saying? They did the same with the Tribal Chronicle story quest in that, you know, if you'd done that, certain characters would show up. The funniest thing to me was just Kogamato showing up. You know, obviously they had to make him a little smaller, but... you know, they really tried to have something appear for each Tribal Chronicle, and the effort, at least, was very much appreciated. Yeah. The real question is just... I can't really think of a way that they'd be able to make the Archon Quest and the World Quest in Sneznaya and Node Grind not really linked to one another. The main thing is just... everything that comes out about Node Grind is revolving around the Frost Moon and the Frost Moon Scions. And it's just... that's all we're hearing about. I can't think of anything else going on. Okay. The main thing is... we know that Dottore is going to Node Grind. Pantalona gets mentioned in Citlali's, you know, Tribal Chronicle pseudo-story quest. You know, there was a week some time ago, essentially, about an Eternal Fatui rebellion, and if I recall correctly, it said specifically that Pantalone and Dottore were on the same side, and that both of them were trying to rebel against the Tsaritsa and, you know, to do more evil instead. But again, there's only so much you can say about scrapped story concepts, such as, for example, the fact that in the first draft of Inazuma, Raiden was supposed to actually be dead and gone, as Zhongli actually says at the end of Liyue Archon Quest. They might have gotten rid of that, I don't remember. And it was supposed to be at least partially about selection of the next Electro Archon. And originally, apparently, it was going to be Ayaka. Which, did not happen, obviously, but... that's how it was supposed to go originally. What I find really, really funny is that on the content beta test map, which I'm sure you've probably seen at this point, number of things getting mentioned. The funniest thing is Arabolica Fight Club and Not One Volcano, which has not happened yet. It might happen later, and the reason I say that is that, of all things, the Inazuma portion of the map, and originally Inazuma was actually just one big island. It was basically supposed to be Honshu from Japan. It mentioned a hot spring episode, and then 3+ years after Inazuma comes out, they go ahead and actually do it. Which... that level of long game is outright preposterous. Not in a bad way, it's... and of course, you put in scrap concepts as a designer, you can just bring them back, but... the fact that they would think, we thought about doing this, something that people only know we planned on doing because they data mined the files of the content beta test before the game was even actually launched for real. And then they went and put it in the game in some form. And again, I don't think they did it specifically to follow up on the promise made by the content beta test, but it is regardless very, very funny to see concept from so much earlier return in some way. Down around here, and what really does puzzle me is just the fact that instead of making... though actually, to be totally honest, they might have done it so that they can rerun the Oru and Citlali event, because you got that weapon shard, which seems to be connected to the Marajabari, so yeah, what are they going to do if you haven't done the event? But fact that instead of just making this slightly bigger, making it so that the event little stand-up gets replaced with the boss, you have a blocked-off wall that turns into another cave with the boss, and keep the antechamber. Again, it makes me wonder if they plan on rerunning events eventually. The main one I'm hoping for is, very plainly and obviously just original Wind Bloom as well as... first Albedo event, because Wind Bloom, Ode, and Festering Desire are the 2 event weapons I don't have, but... is there anything over here? Sconce is probably actually taking one out, so never mind. But it's interesting how they decided to do that. The biggest funny part of it is just, from leaks we knew about the Hermetic Spirit Speaker coming next patch when the event was active. We knew that it was going to be, a woman. But since the pronouns were not... there were no pronouns used to indicate gender in the Chinese and Japanese, they actually called the Spirit Speaker a he. They said that it was a guy who was there. Oh, yeah. Walked behind multiple events. 2 different events. As well as his best weapon, unless you rolled for Chiori's weapon for him. It really is crazy. That is the kind of thing that definitely needs to get rerun eventually. Even without Festering Desire, just because... and I know I've mentioned this to you, but the real question about a Node Cry arc is, are they going to use that as an opportunity to add or expand on previous regions as well, adding things like Dormant Port or Black Cliff or... I don't know, Gurabad? Yep. Or is it just going to be entirely Node Cry, maybe what is Naya proper? Because the obvious intention, at least in part, unless you're just going to say, oh, they're stalling, of having Node Cry be its own path cycle, if it ends up being its own path cycle, is to... I'm fighting her for the 8 Reflections Broken achievement. But that's... so they can make Snezhnaya really, really huge without having to make a patch cycle that is more overloaded than it maybe should be. Especially since Snezhnaya is coming out at the end, presumably, of Tevat, so to speak. So they won't really have a lot of other chances to add more stuff to Snezhnaya once Snezhnaya's chapter is done. So it's interesting to think about. And here we are. Let's break these. We just gotta break 8 reflections. Robustama. Thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks. Thank you. And we can actually freeze you already. Nice. And the... One attacks are actually more than good enough already. So we just need to have her do that summon one more time. Break her movement. 4 reflections. Get her HP down a bit more. Should do the trick. She is actually surprisingly fragile. Yeah, well, the main thing is that I imagine it's going to be more of a Node Cry Archon quest than a Snezhnaya Archon quest. It would probably have something to do with Project Stuza and however that's going to go, which... It means harsh winter in Russian, which means it's presumably sort of the Everwinter of Everwinter Without Mercy, which is the name of Snezhnaya's chapter. So if it's essentially going to be Fatui full-out war on all the other nations, or something like that, that's the kind of thing, frankly, where you would want a patch cycle with significant involvement of other regions. It wouldn't make sense for a Snezhnayan war on other nations to take place only in Snezhnaya. But... eating pistachios. Come on, summon 4 more reflections. But, as I was saying... No, you're doing it again. Good, thank you, thank you. But as I was saying... let's actually go for the burst slash. Good, good. Thank you. 2, 3, 4, and slash. And we got the rebels going still, and come on, where are you? There we go. Good thing I'm a Cutabomb. The nice thing is that now we've got the entirety of Challenger Series 10. And then maybe once you've prevented the Fatui from conquering everywhere else, you can go to Snezhnaya proper and beat up the Tsaritsa. I don't know. Yep, destroy a total of 8 Radiant Reflections created by the Wayward Hermetic Spirit Speaker during a single challenge. Yeah. Yeah, we can pick this up. Okay. Achievement Blaze. After the flame that once represented light, heat, and wisdom became corroded by the tenebrous dark, the only thing that yet belonged to the imprisoned Titan was its inextinguishable will to fight. Okay. The one thing that makes me kind of doubtful of delusions as a gimmick, honestly, is that I can't think of a way to make really make it work other than HP drain. Yeah, I've actually seen some mock-ups people did of that with just an Abyss invasion of Tibet. But as I was saying, we already got HP drain with Fontaine. And it would feel a little weak for them to just do that again, but say, okay, it's delusions this time, and it's only for Snezhnaya. I could see them doing that, unfortunately, but it would feel more than a little uninspired. Okay. Alright, alright. See, we got any more dog or anything else in the trial grounds? I don't believe so. As in max HP reduction? As opposed to draining current HP, draining maximum HP? That could be interesting. And I think that could work as a way to, I suppose, make sure it doesn't work with Furina. But it... The only max HP buffers in the game right now, I'm pretty sure that's only Yelan. Only C2 Yelan. And I imagine they'd introduce more, but one of the things that was so nice about Furina and Marchase is that it made healers, pure healers, who had previously not really had much of a purpose or point in the game, gave them a spot in the meta. Need a break, retching start, need to take a break first, you're alright. Worries just flew too fast back there, so not feeling too great. Timmie told me not to worry, that everyone goes through this phase. When Tark is doing fine, you don't think you could have just been trying to make me feel better, do you? And rest up a bit, alright, thank you. I've already done all of these challenges, we can't even read this now. Okay. But, as I was saying, it... As far as gimmicks go, I'm not sure if it would change up the meta in a way that would be fun. Because, like I said, the best thing about Furina was just the fact that she made pure healers good. And it seems that... No, it's there. Okay, cool. I like that. But of course, we don't have any of these challenges left to do, because we did them all already a long, long time ago. Let's talk to a couple of you guys after we've gotten done with that quest. Again, it's interesting to see what shows up as a physics object, even without any real way to interact. And we got the nasty guy and the dumb girl. Does that mean you're willing to forgive me? Huh? I didn't say that. Tarker's my brother and he got caught up in that whole mess and kidnapped. The off chance something had happened to him. Come on, he's alright, isn't he? He's a bright kid. He should be able to turn things around no matter what kind of trouble he's facing. You should have more faith in him, too. But who is it that's always saying he's immature and unreliable? And it was then, this is now. After all that, I see him in a whole new light. So it'd be nice if you could reevaluate your opinion of me, too. I think it would have been better for the game and the meta if Mavuka had been Night Soul Furina. But then they wouldn't have sold as many Nalan characters. Or they wouldn't have been able to, you know, get people to roll for as many Nalan characters on Rerun. Because that's the thing, is that, you know, Mavuka comes out and it's obvious that she's meant to be played with, essentially with Xianyun and specifically, to a lesser extent, Citlali. You know, Xianyun essentially as her fighting spirit battery, and then, well, it's not until next patch that Xianyun will actually rerun, so, you know, you miss Xianyun. It's just, okay, enjoy playing Mavuka suboptimally for couple patch cycles. Timmie, still a few more flying challenges. Details are written on the board. Give them a try for keying. We've already done those. We actually did them before the quest. We're surprised to be one about the Pakpaka Flying School. Honestly, I have no clue why it's called that. Speaking of Pakpaka, have you ever heard the story of Kuntra and the evil sorcerer Rumi? Was the tribe were defeated by that wicked mage and turned them into Pakpaka, which doesn't sound all that good. Maybe Pakpakas fly very quick or something, I don't know. Probably something like idiot. You know, I could actually look that up. That is meaning. Meaning of that there. Okay. What was the meaning of Pakpaka? Fire, wind, and it doesn't say anything. Pakpaka meaning. In Quechua, it means hide and seek. In Austronesian, it means a wing. And because of this place, it could arguably mean both. Inspired by one or the other. Ramazana is a good fighter, but not necessarily a good teacher, and as an opponent in flying competitions, I guess he's passable. I mean, why would he come here if he didn't have issues with flying? So if I were to be too strict, say, well, it's not like things like this have never happened in the past. Focus on encouraging people nowadays. So the approach will get results just fine. Got to go. Good. I try to select the other one. Okay. Come on. I'm stupid. Gotta go. See you. You're welcome back anytime. Main thing is that I know there are 3 sort of minigame challenges over in Far Feather Queen's settlement proper. I'll have to take a look at that, but I'm probably gonna hop off soon once I've run around the base here one more time. Because, yeah. Next time, we'll do the movie event in Quahacan, probably, and talk to the people in here, which there aren't even that many. It's actually, 3 big houses, basically. But even still. Hi! Oh, so if you turn into a Saurian. No point trying to earn pity points with me, no means no. Crew. Things getting wrong with the Oberon. Where's Titania? Crew? Come on, you aiming your Saurian chick eyes, someone else won't help you either. Just give up already. It's been like this ever since he got told to watch us die and doing this for his own good, Sounds like something Wabi's Zana would say. No, I'll just die whenever his flying performance gets back on track. When he grows into an adult, don't you worry. I heard that the third one is a TCG commercial, and that it's essentially, that's the advertising job that Shinobu was talking about during Mikawa, which is a really fun connection. About your sister. She and Wabi-san are the same as ever, still real close and all, but I don't get what she sees in him. That's her decision to make, so I won't stop her. I've got my own concerns after all. That's all I have to do before I can become the best adventurer in the Flower Feather clan. You've got to become strong with me, Oberon. We won't be able to venture into Oshikonawa together. What would you say if we transformed? I'll be off then. You're leaving? Alright, you're welcome back anytime.
Yeah.
I will say, the one character I will shamelessly support is probably Shinobu. It honestly kind of surprises me that she is the only character in the game who is anything even remotely approximating a goth girl. But maybe that's for the better. It's probably for the better. Let's talk to you. Tarshio so stingy, just want to eat teensy wincy bit more, come on. That bird. I've already been. Honestly, maybe Arl is kind of similar. Though I wouldn't call her goth, per se. Just edgy.
Yeah.
Right, well I remember, I should probably go and buy crafting recipe for Footprint of the Rainbow. Because as of yet, I've just kept on forgetting. And Paran and Karawoof, you are the kidnapper. So you're welcome, how have you been? Not much has changed, I've got as much work to do as before, but that's fine, better have something to do rather than nothing. Or to go wander around, I fear people would start talking in. Karawoof. Woof. Good doggy. Woof woof. Better than the man. About Quilla. Never imagined that Uncle Haka commissioned her to frame me and drag me down in the mud. I don't think so. I'm sure you've heard the talk about how quite a few family members of mine have been expelled from the tribe, yet here I remain. So I'm headed out from the tribe, rest of no one someone send messages from me. Uncle Haka once did just that, saying he could help me find work at the stadium in the Sacred Flame. And that... Did he show up in... Sutton? The crafting bench one? No, we never actually see him, okay. But Sankayok, right, the shady potion guy I talked to earlier today, was in the crafting bench stuff. He's an associate, so I wonder if we'll find him eventually. Could agree to that, I prefer my current life, so I hope they just give up and quit bothering me, and the sooner the better. Speaking of which, the source crackers they've supplied have been of really good quality apart from that last batch. If only we could get our hands on them someplace else. Shan't disturb you any longer. Have a safe journey. Thanks. So yeah. I think, yeah, aside from the settlement itself, and it seems we've gotten all the chests here. Seems to be everything in Tezcatepetonco. For real this time, for good this time. That might mean freedom. Exciting. Come on. Come on. Ooh. I'm in a lot more adequately than I expected just cause we've got all the little wedges to stop on. I think I'll run a couple of more ley lines and that'll be it for today. It's been fun. A lot of people have popped in and out. It's been pleasant conversation. So we'll just let Mizuki and Mavuka run wild and we got you to take down first. Wake up! Thank you. Get on down here. Yeah, that is. Tezcatepetonco truly completed. It's crazy to think about. So, Quahacan Oshkanagan, because again, I want to get 100% on everything before and right. I remember when you helped me with this. That was very nice of you. But, I want to get 100% in all this, then it was close to true 100% as possible before Volcano comes out. This place is tiny. This is smaller than you'd think, so shouldn't take too long. Let's condense some resin. Not elemental energy effects, special energy mechanics. For now, that's just Malvika. I guess we'll get more. I don't go back often. And sometimes I do find things, which is crazy, because I try very hard to not just get to 100 on the percentage, but as in actually get everything I can reasonably find. Usually it's just more rocks and such. I found, a couple months back, 2 geosigils just in Leeway. I don't remember exactly where. But I remember that it's crazy to have missed it. I mean, in the end, it's all mostly just for fun. If you don't need the stuff, you don't need the stuff. So I suppose Lanyan, Mizuki, run some ley lines. Be able to get Lanyan to 10 and switch around the party before I add in Varsa, but I think Mizuki will stay. Which might not be such a bad thing, because, you know, she could be there for... Oh, Viridescent. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. Oh, You didn't answer my question. If you don't want to, it's fine, but if you just forgot, I do want to know. What do you think the best variety of cheeses? Yeah, because when I was in France, I didn't get to try out as much as I would have liked because I was sick. But I love a good Gruyere camembert. I would say, though it's not really a variety, I suppose, the cheese I've enjoyed the most has been Cambazola, which you may or may not have heard of it. It's made by a German company, Champignon, which interesting name for a German company, but it's basically brie inoculated with blue cheese mold. And it's probably my favorite cheese. Though again, not really a variety per se as much as a product. But yeah. This week I'll just run experience ley lines. Kind of want to level Kabe for the next theater rotation. Understandable, that's probably the best way to be. Stop staggering me, I am on a motorcycle. Come on. Oh, okay, so it's very sort of cheese pairing. Okay, okay. But normally, sometimes they'll say blue cheese with a pear or something, but usually I'm eating cheese just by itself as a snack. Maybe if I feel fancy, I might have a cracker. I know this sounds sacrilegious to you. I apologize. Thank you. Yeah, but you know, it's the level of vulgarity you would expect from an American, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, in the end, it's cheese. It's going in your mouth either way. Thank you. The positioning really is crucial, but it is really nice to get Mizuki working when she does get working. I am legitimately excited to lose 50-50s to Mizuki in the future. Or very least, I hope that if I have to lose a 50-50, that it ends up being 2 Mizuki. Come on, jump back. Oh, hello. Thanks. Oh, yeah. Just very, very weird character. Yeah. And of course we can just get some normal swirls on you here. Thanks, and I did not mean to do that. Oops. Come I'm not really... I will say that the fact that this far into the game, the two shields are still very specifically only able to be dealt with using one specific element is interesting. Suppose I understand why it's done. You know, these are 1.0 enemies, which are supposed to teach you how to use reactions, but even still. Well, it's not as if you're really getting benefits from the reactions. It's not taking damage from the reactions themselves until the shield's gone. It's really just an element check that I suppose tells you that the reactions exist, which, you know, you'd be surprised, but either way. Come on, come on. The craziest thing about Mona is, and I'm sure you know this by now, is just the fact that 5 years on, her C1 is still broken. The frozen duration extension just doesn't work. And I think part of that might be that I imagine that this might have been because all the others are connected to things that can also be increased by elemental mastery. This implies to a certain extent that elemental mastery was originally meant to extend frozen duration, and then they changed it probably because they thought it'd be too broken. Which, at this point in the game, where so many enemies, bosses for example, just cannot be frozen, it may be back on launch. But to be fair, then they went and, specifically to counter Ayaka and Morgana, just added unfreezable enemies to Abyss, added less AoE content to Abyss. They could fix it at this point. They could also just get frozen EM at this point, because that's the big thing, is that EM really is a dead stat on most cryo characters. It's just, okay, I guess melt Rethesli, maybe? I mean, alright, but it's really, really silly. It's, you know, no one's running Superconduct for damage. Either way, they did actually significantly increase Superconduct's damage in the patch where Juska came out, but still, it's not good. So, gotta talk to the people in Nightwind. We also got, I want to review the Weaving Chamber in the underground area, but other than that, movie event, Quahacan, talking to the people. I did not mean to move my background. Okay. Okay. But, yeah, Quahacan, you here, and then in a week, just do all of Oshkanawa. That isn't already done. So, in terms of Rethesla teams, I would normally run something like Emily, Nahida, then either Deer or Bennett with him. And that worked pretty darn well. It wasn't amazing, but it's good. And you can, I suppose, run Mavica with him now, but honest to goodness, her Pyro is not really consistent enough. Unless, I guess, maybe you run Emily or Nahida so it's burning to allow him to melt everything. Unless you do your rotations and combos very specifically, because it's really easy for him to just have too much cryo and overpower the Pyro. But one team, the team I ran on him pre-Emily was Bennett, Shenhe, Zhongling, and then him. And that worked pretty well. Honestly, you could probably make that work with Mavica instead of Bennett. I mean, Mavica instead of Zhongling. But in the end, it's just, without C1, he's not really worth using, unfortunately. Yeah, I have a full ER set on her, and it still is just really not enough a lot of the time. It could be better. Could be worse. Let me check something. Do I have any... Is it even possible to make... I don't even remember entirely. Let's check. Okay. I had gotten the idea into my head, for whatever reason, that you could get energy recharge as a goblet main stat, which is, you know, not true. But... Yeah. Yeah, I got... Xianyun totally focused on ER. She's got Emblem, she's got either Fav or the Catch, and then... in ER Sands. And usually it still isn't enough. Yeah, imagine what a wonderful world that would have been. Unfortunately, we don't live in that world. I've had fun, but I'm getting tired. Work was tougher than expected this week, especially since there was promised, essentially, early departure that I was unable to avail myself of, totally unexpectedly. And I need to make next week's schedule and also just get some rest. So if you have any other questions, actually, feel free to ask it in the server. But I will be departing myself, so I don't just keel over and die. Thank you, and have a wonderful day. Sanaragan.